to set the scene. And it feels like a bad movie script. We laugh, we take it with serenity. We don't stop. We really start life. We really start life. We really start life.
More than a single, they've done enough. It's the Eagles. Vitality Blast 2019 Champions.
It doesn't get better than this.
We're live from Chelmsford as the Eagles take on the Sussex Sharks in the Vitality Blast 2020. Good afternoon, welcome to the Cloudfm County Ground. I'm Simon Ward, delighted to have your company with me this afternoon. Of course, slight tinge of disappointment as the Essex Eagles are not going to be able to defend their title this season with that defeat at Canterbury so close, just 2 balls. But it's made all the difference. But when one door shuts, another one opens, and we are going to see a very different Eagles team today, and we'll be discussing that with our very special guest, Jamie Porter, in just a moment. But first, of course, it's not the end of the season. Wednesday at Lord's. 5 days to define a season. Essex Eagles taking on Somerset in the Bob Willis Trophy Final. So still big days ahead for Essex, and Jamie Porter alongside me is going to be a critical part of that. Looking backwards before we go forwards, Jamie, it's always going to be a bizarre season with circumstances in the world as it is. But Essex have really seemed to benefit from the confidence of winning the title last season and taking it straight into form with that first Kent game this season and onwards.
Yeah, I think obviously winning the title last year gives you a great deal of confidence. It makes you believe that you should be challenging again and you should be the team to beat. And yeah, as you said, we've managed to take that confidence through difficult times and really proved to be a tough team to beat this year.
And it seemed to me that there were always issues, should we say, in the first innings of virtually every game, that, you know, you weren't on top at that point, but you've had that confidence to get yourselves back in. Somebody, you, Simon Harmer, Chef, somebody has always stepped up and hit runs, taken wickets that have ultimately got you the wins.
Yeah, I think that's always been a theme across the last 3 years with our side, or 3 or 4 years even. You know, someone always puts their hand up. I mean, you look at how we started this season. We could have lost against Kent. We could have lost against Sussex.
Yep.
But we just find ways to win, and that gave us a lot of confidence going into the Middlesex game here, because we felt like we still hadn't quite played our best cricket. We'd showed patches of our best cricket, but we'd won games without playing our best. So, I think Middlesex was more of a complete performance. It was certainly a complete, I think all 11 players contributed at some point in the game. So that's given us a great deal of confidence going into the final.
And the confidence is very evident in the bowling pack. You spearhead that bowling pack. What have you taken? 20, 21 wickets this season in that tournament. Simon Harmer obviously comes up with a hatful. I think it's 34. But always there's been somebody there to take the wickets. And that has been absolutely critical to the momentum of Essex season in this competition.
Yeah, I think, we do, as a bowling unit, we do pride ourselves as one of the best in the country. It obviously helps having Simon Harmer, who gets wickets on.
Do you work with him, and does that work off each other, the spinner and the pace?
Yeah, I mean, we do try and help each other out. I think whoever you bowl with, you try and help them out at the other end and do your bit at your end. If you're the one taking the wickets, the guy at the other end will try and hold. If they're taking the wickets and I'm bowling at the other end, I'll try and hold. But yeah, we're quite fortunate to have a good attack, and likes of Aaron Beard, Sam Cook also step up and do their bit as well.
And tell me, be honest, are all bowlers number norses? Do you look at your stats and say, who's got the best wicket haul, who's got the economy? Does that go on?
Not that.
Be honest.
No, honestly, not that I know of. We've got a good culture in our dressing room where we enjoy each other's success. So when it's not your day, you just enjoy helping the other bloke out and hopefully watching him get a fifer.
That's a great PC answer. Thank you very much. Well, one man who's helped the bowlers out certainly is Paul Walter, and I had a chat with the all-rounder earlier on. Paul, a final to look forward to at the end of the season is always something special. When it's against Somerset, a team that you beat at the end of last season, I guess it's got some added feel to it.
Yeah, obviously a great way to end the season, and looking forward to it, as you say.
This campaign has obviously been different for obvious reasons, but we've seen in Essex a steel, if you like, to get themselves back into the matches. You look at particularly those first 2-3 matches, the first innings didn't really go to plan in whatever way, shape or form, but the belief was there within this Essex group to fight their way back in. Did that come out of winning last season, do you think?
Yeah, I think obviously the group of players are very experienced, very determined, and I think that really shows, especially getting into pressure situations. The boys know how to get out of them. As you say, they've done it for the last few years brilliantly. So I think drawing on that experience can only be a positive, really.
The belief, particularly within the bowling pack, you see Jamie Porter picking up loads of wickets, Simon Harmer again, leading wicket taker in the Bob Willis Trophy. You have that galvanised confidence to know that at any particular time there is somebody there that could change things.
Yeah, exactly. You always feel in the game, in the field, even if they get a partnership, you always feel like the boys are going to rip them apart. So I think it's just, as you say, the confidence within the group and the bowlers has been superb, and long may it continue.
Now you're playing at Lords, you're not at Taunton. It's a 5-day match. Now there's been a lot of eyebrows raised at that. What do the players think of it?
I think, it can only be a positive. Obviously, if there is weather around being October, or late September, sorry, then we've got more time to get the game done. I think mindset-wise, nothing's changed. I think we go about it as a normal game, and the same processes that we go through, just try and repeat the same.
Will the memories of Taunton play into it on both sides, from Somerset and Essex perspective?
Hopefully for them it will. Obviously we've only got positive experience, so we'll obviously be drawing on that, and then hopefully we can get on top and then do the business. And
you're doing the business with bat and ball. You've been enjoying yourself this season.
Yeah, obviously disappointed in 2020. I feel like I left a bit out there, especially with the bat, but happy with how I've gone in Bob Willis, so looking forward to try and make a big score.
Well, good luck at Lords, and let's hope you bring home another piece of silverware.
Perfect, cheers.
Well, confidence is a brittle thing in any sport, Jamie. I think, Paul Walter, you've seen confidence really grow this season.
Yeah, that's been one of the great features this year, to watch someone like Paulie get his opportunity and take it. And as we've progressed, he's got more and more confident. You can see it in the way he plays, and you can see it around the dressing room, which is just brilliant. He's a great lad to have around, and it's great to see him do well.
What type of character is he?
A good one. He's a big lad.
I was waiting for the line to come out there. Go on.
No, he's a big lad. He's got a big heart, and he's just a great lad to have round, and he's always got a smile on his face, and does like to crack the odd joke.
Odd joke being the operative words there. Now, let's look ahead to what's coming this week. A trip to Lords, a 5-day match. Going to Lords is always a big occasion. And what's your experience of going there?
Well, I'm quite fortunate that obviously I was on the Middlesex Academy, and then I came through the YCs. So I've had a lot of experience of being around Lords. I know I've done a bit of time with the ground staff and my time with the YCs. So I got a little bit of insight into what conditions we may see, and I've played there a few times. So, I just think Lords is a special place. Everyone should just go there and enjoy it. It's not often you get to play a 5-day game at Lords.
Do you bowl with the slope or against it?
I bowl both ends, and
Were you told?
Yeah, I like bowling the pavilion end more, but only a very slight preference.
It is a 5-day game, as I said in that interview with Paul. I mean, there's reasons for it being 5 days. That obviously you want to get a result out of the contest. Does it make a difference to your psyche going into the game that it's not 4 days? Does it matter at all?
To be honest, not many games go past 4 days these days anyway, especially in September. So personally, I don't think it makes a difference, but I think it does play into our hands with the extra day, because if it does go to day 5, I mean, we've got Simon Harmer on a day 5 wicket. Could be tough work for Somerset. It
may not be a Taunton burner as it was the end of last season, but you're playing Somerset again. What's the feel between the camps? I mean, you obviously haven't faced up to each other this season. Do you have any contact with them, or will it be first time reunion?
Obviously, a few of us have got friends in that dressing room. Like a few of us have been on Lions tours. So I've toured with a few of their guys who I do get along with. But, there is a rivalry there, as there should be. I mean, they're definitely the side to watch out for from our point of view. They're a strong side, and they're a side that are more than capable of winning a lot of titles. So it's our job to stop them from doing that.
Well, it's going to be a fascinating lineup this week, and join us on the live stream to see how Jamie and the rest of them get going. But for now, we're going to go to an advert break, and then we will be looking ahead at this Vitality Blast T20 game, Essex Eagles against Sussex Sharks. Join us then. So welcome back to the Cloudfm County Ground. I'm Simon Wall. Got Jamie Porter with me to preview this final game in the Vitality Blast. It's always going to be a very interesting game when you've got different ingredients, and maybe some ingredients that we don't know about, because there are lots of youngsters within this Essex group now that are going to get their chance maybe this afternoon of making their debuts. A man who is very, very excited, understandably so, is the Essex Academy Director, Barry Hyam. Thank you for joining us. The T20 campaign may have dwindled out, but this is still a big opportunity for some of your academy lads right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Disappointing that we're not gone through, but obviously now we've got a real chance to give some of the youngsters an opportunity to get some experience, but also show what they can do and perform at this level. Yeah.
We've already seen Feroz Kushi doing doing it with the red ball. The white ball, though, has a slightly different skill set. Do the academy work on that particular skill set?
Yeah, absolutely. Something we work sort of during the winter programme and also through the summer months during the second team T20 competition. And yeah, it's just about sort of understanding the game, working out what tempo you need to go at, working out what options you've got to find the boundary in this format. Obviously, yeah, Fro's had some good success in the red ball stuff. It's hopefully now an opportunity for him to show what he can do with the white ball.
Well, there's obviously some new names to me and to the rest of Essex followers. We're looking at Josh Reimel, just 19 years of age, Robin Dass, 18 years of age. They seem to get younger, don't they?
Yeah.
But they've obviously got the skills. What can you tell us about those two in particular?
Yeah, so both of those have come through the academy programme, both young batters. So Robin Dass has just been up with the England under-19s, trying to get into that England under-19 squad for the winter programme.
Lions, I understand.
Yeah, young Lions, yeah. So hopefully he's going to sort of get a bit of an opportunity today. He's played really well for the second team and academy in both round white ball, but probably leaning slightly towards white ball cricket. Is a strong young lad who strikes the ball really cleanly. So hopefully he's pretty switched on, can work out the situation really well.
And we've seen all these young bowlers coming through. There's a stable of them now with the likes of Ben Allison. Jack Plum, of course, has made his mark already. So that's exciting with ball in hand as well.
Yeah, so it's been really exciting for the past couple of years. It's slightly frustrating as well because obviously we've got such strength now with obviously Jamie Porter and Sammy Cook doing so well, which makes it really hard for these youngsters to get an opportunity to get in. Again, this year has just shown them that they can, give them a little bit of opportunity to show what they can do. Jack's come in and done really well in T20 cricket. Ben Allison has been just on the fringes of all squads, so credit to him. For showing the coaches what he can do, through this sort of lockdown period and into this summer. So hopefully, he'll get some opportunity today to show what he can do.
Well, congratulations to you and to the academy staff, and we look forward to an exciting afternoon ahead.
Thank you.
So, an understandably excited Barry Hyam talking to me earlier on. We don't know the team as we stand here, but it's such a big opportunity, Jamie. Let's talk about some of the bowling prospects, because we talk about this fast bowling stable, as I said to Barry there. We've got Benny Allison, who may be making his debut, Jack Plum, who's made such an impact so far. Exciting talent that's coming through with ball in hand.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for some of these guys to gain some experience. Obviously, Plummy has played the last few games and done really well, really impressed, and he's only going to grow the more opportunity he gets. Benny Allison, he's exciting. He's a little bit different to Plummy. He's awkward angle, awkward action, but very good skills, very accurate. So he could be exciting, especially if it's slow like it has been here. He could be quite effective.
I'm not going to call you a veteran at the old age of 27, but you are leading this stable now. Do you actually talk to each other about what's needed on any given scenario?
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view as a kind of a senior bowler, I always look to, the less experienced guys. I'll try and share any knowledge I have. So if they're playing, at Chelmsford, if you haven't played much at Chelmsford, I always think it's a bowl straight pitch generally in any form of the game. If you can attack the stumps at Chelmsford, you'll have a lot of success.
Feroz Kushi, we have seen with the red ball doing some damage with the bat. I think it was 66 not out in his only his second match. Robin Dass is a name that I've only just come across, 18 years of age. He's in the mix. What do you know of those two?
Well, I'll start with Robin Dass. He's very exciting. I've seen a little bit of him. He kind of got promoted to the first team, or training with the first team when we came out of lockdown, and impressed immediately. Came on our pre-season, impressed there as well. So he's one that I look forward to. He's a little lad, but he hits a long ball. So he could be really exciting.
He's only just been let out of the primary school, let alone senior school.
Yeah, he's 18 years old. I think he's about to go to uni whenever. I don't know how that's all working out, but
remotely probably.
Yeah, but he hits a long ball. Likes to hit straight down the ground. And Feroz Kushi, he's a really nice player with all the shots.
Now let's just look at Sussex. Jason Gillespie is winding his time down as a coach now. He must, as a bowler, as a player, he must have been somebody that you really enjoyed watching.
Oh, I've got all the 2005 Ashes DVDs and all of them. So yeah, he was like, when I was growing up, he was one of the bowlers I watched. It's brilliant. I mean, he was world #1 for a reason. So
Now, Sussex coming back to the Cloudfm County Ground, and there's going to be one person that's going to be in focus in most Essex fans' minds. That's the return of Ravi. Have you been in touch with him?
yeah, I've actually seen a fair bit of Ravi. He's got himself into golf, having previously taken the mick out the rest of us for enjoying it. So I've played a little bit with Rav over the last few weeks. He'll be, I think he'll want to get some runs and wickets here today. Obviously, he knows the ground well, so he'll pose quite a big threat, especially his bowling with his pace off could be quite tricky.
It's not been an easy first season for him with the Sharks, has to be said. I don't think he's taken any wickets at all, and his batting average is way down to what we were used to at Essex. But we know that skill is innate. We know that skill is in him, so he'll be desperate to prove himself today.
Yeah, he'll obviously be more hungry than usual because I think he knows that he'd be slightly disappointed with his campaign. But as you said, he's not to be underestimated. We know what he can do, and T20's a bit like that, especially batting at number 6. He kind of, you have to finish the game off, and it's such a fine line between clearing the rope and holding out. So, doesn't mean things won't go his way today. So he's one to be wary of.
Now, there's no Chris Jordan, there's no Jofra Archer there, out with the IPL already. We believe that Tamal Mills, another former Essex player, will be playing. He's an exciting talent. Doesn't matter where he goes, left arm over at some pace. He's plus 90, so we can look forward to that.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'll bowl up the hill either today. So
does he get dibs?
Yeah, I'd imagine when you bowl that pace, you get dibs wherever you go. So I think, he'll look to just bowl as fast as he can. He also has that back of the hand slower ball, which is horrible when you've got someone who can bowl 90 plus and drop it down to mid 70s at will and put it on length. So he'll be
you can see him warming up there, and it doesn't seem to have too many problems with his back today. I hope he doesn't do, but I hope he doesn't perform like he used to for Essex. But the other one I want to just talk about is Luke Wright, who must be about 92 now, but has continued to have such a batting average and such an impact on this Sussex side, and always a danger man at the top of the order now with Phil Salt.
Yeah, he's really dangerous. He's one guy I've unfortunately had to bowl at a few times over the last few years, and if you miss, he'll hurt you. He's strong all around the wicket. When you bowl short, he'll look to hit you for 6. You give him any width, he'll put it away and hits it a long way down the ground too.
He's a long handle merchant, isn't he? It does go a long, long way. Well, Jamie, thanks for your thoughts right now. Join us a little later on. We will have the coin toss. We will have the team selections. We'll be discussing that with Jamie as we get ready for this final game in the Vitality T20 Blast for Essex Eagles. It's Essex Eagles against Sussex Sharks. Join us later.
tough, no need to set the scene. It feels like a bad movie script. We laugh, we take it with serenity. We don't stop. We release the light. We release the light. We release the light.
Single, they've done enough. It's the Eagles. Vitality Blast 2019 Champions.
It doesn't get better than this.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Cloudfm County Ground as we get set for the final match for the Essex Eagles in this year's Vitality T20 Blast. Great to have your company along. I'm Simon Ward, Jamie Porter alongside me to preview this match. But before we get going with that, we have some formalities to issue as far as Essex are concerned, because it's time for the Deveen's Player of the Match, Player of the Month. So, the Player of the Month for August from Deveen's gets the bottle, and it's Paul Walter, the Essex all-rounder, who's had such an improved and successful season, Jamie, in terms only in terms of white ball, but red ball as well.
Yeah, it's been great to see Paulie get his opportunity and take it. I think that's been the big thing. It's one thing when you get your opportunity, but to take it and, to turn yourself into an opening batter in the championship side and to do such a vital role with both bat and ball in white ball cricket has been brilliant to watch.
Well-deserved award then for Paul Walter. Now, during the break, the coin toss sponsored by Moneycorp has taken place, and I then spoke to both captains. So, Luke, coin toss has happened. Who won?
We won the toss. We're going to have a bowl. To be honest, didn't mind too much which way, but we've had a big success chasing and felt that was the way we wanted to go.
And team news?
Tamar Mills is back. He's had an injection in one of his injuries he had, so he's back fit, which is a
Perm one from about 5 or 6, yeah.
So yes, it's nice to have him back. I mean, before the injury, he was bowling really well for us, so it's been a bit of a loss not having. So to have him back's been a nice bonus, and he comes in place of Tomlinson, who was in the last game.
And on the ground, he knows well, obviously.
Yeah, we've got a bit of that, obviously, with Ravi back as well. Strangely enough, we're still able to use the home change room, so Ravi's back in his same spot that he'd been in for 19 years or whatever, but it must be quite an odd day for him, but obviously we're very happy to have him on our side rather than coming up against him as usual.
When you have two teams that have so recently come up against each other, do you use or erase the memories of the previous match?
Well, I think you only have to look at the Essex team. It's very different to that day, obviously, against us. Look, there's some dangerous players in there, and any time players are going to make the debut, obviously, there's going to be a lot of guys absolutely desperate out there as well. So we certainly aren't going to be taking Essex lightly today. We've got to play at our best, and we know if we can win, we'll obviously get through for sure, and we can even sneak a home quarter final if we win. Well,
good luck for this afternoon. Good luck for the quarterfinals.
Cheers.
Thanks for your time. I'm going to invite Simon Harmon to come and join us. Well, you're going to have a bat, I hear. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think it's a used wicket. There's not as much grass, so I thought it would probably get slower during the day where there's no dew in the evening. So we were going to look to bat first and back our bowlers to defend what we set.
Is it the same hybrid wicket that you've been using, or is it a different one?
I think it's one of two. We've used two different wickets through the competition at Chelmsford, so it is one of the hybrids. So yeah.
So here's the question I know is going to have a long answer. Team news for today?
Yeah, we've got 5 changes. We've got 3 guys making their debut. Feroz Kushi, Robin Das and Ben Allison will make their debuts. Varun Chopra comes back into the 11 and so does Shane Snate. And with us being out of the competition now, the opportunity to give some of the younger guys in our squad a chance to play. So I'm quite excited and I hope that they take the opportunities.
Yeah, exciting is the word, isn't it, when you've got this young talent come through. We've already seen some of these academy products proving themselves with the first team. You get some more coming through and there's a big plus for Essex Eagles going forward.
Absolutely. I think if you look at how Jack Plom's done since he's come into the 11, he's really stood out, and I'm hoping that the guys coming in today can do the same. Not to put too much pressure on themselves. Obviously it's a nice occasion to make your debut for the first team, so hopefully they can relish the opportunity and enjoy today.
Well, let's hope you can finish this campaign with a smile. Good luck this afternoon, sir.
Cheers.
So Sussex winning the toss and putting Essex Eagles in. Jamie Porter, Simon Harmer saying that he would have batted first in any case. Does that surprise you?
Not particularly. I think the wickets have been generally pretty slow, especially with these hybrid surfaces. So I think it does favour the side batting first, especially if you can get on it while it's a little bit fresh. Then as the day goes on, it might dry out and offer a bit to the spinners.
We shall watch with interest. Let's take a look at the visiting lineup. The Sussex Sharks this afternoon. Sponsored by Rickard Luckin. Phil Salt back in the Sussex camp, of course, from the England bubble. Captain Luke Wright will open with him. Delray Rawlins, who's been in such fine form this season already. The return of Ravi Bopara, theoretically batting at 4. David Issa, who's been in superb form for the Sharks in this comp. Callum McLeod, the Scottish international, in as a reliever almost. Ollie Robinson. Danny Briggs, the premier spinner in this comp. Mitch Claydon, former Kentman. And Timal Mills. Now, what do you make of that lineup? No real surprises. I guess Timal Mills returning to a familiar ground, as I said to Luke earlier on. That's probably the headline news from a Sussex Sharks point of view.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that they didn't go with Will Beer at Chelmsford, given that they've been low-scoring grounds at low-scoring games and slow wickets. I thought, and with their seam bowling options, but yeah, that's a strong Sussex side, and they'll pose a threat today.
And Bopara is back. He's going to be wanting to do something because it's been tough for him since he's changed counties. I think he's only averaging 14 with the bat. Hasn't picked up any wickets at all yet. He'll be wanting to prove a point this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think Ravi showed us last year after quite a slow start to T20 how dangerous that can be. So I wouldn't take him lightly today. He'll be desperate to do well, and it's a ground that he knows better than most.
Right, let's take a look at the Essex Eagles lineup, and a much changed lineup it is. So, familiar openers. Cameron Delport will be opening alongside Varun Chopra. Coming in at 3, Feroz Kushi, the young man who's made an impact with the red ball. Michael Pepper again in the 4 slot. Paul Walter moves up to bat at 5. Theoretically, of course, this could all change depending on the momentum of the match. As could that one. Simon Harmer, captain and batting at 6. And then a debut for this young man. 18-year-old Robin Das makes his first team debut for Essex Eagles this afternoon. Aaron Nijar, the left-arm spinner, will follow him. Jack Plom, who has made such an impact as a new ingredient for Essex. Shane Snater back in the starting lineup this afternoon. And then another man making his first team debut, Ben Allison. Right, I'm going to start with Ben Allison as we've just seen him there. What do we expect from this young man?
A lot of control. He's very accurate. He is awkward with his action and his angles. Tall lad, so he should get a bit of bounce. I think this is a pitch that could suit him, so I think he could do pretty well today. And
2 new batters. Feroz Kushi and Robin Das. Have you seen anything of these guys? You have, obviously, with Feroz in red ball.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of both. Feroz has very good options all around the wicket. He's very talented, so he could be exciting if he gets going today. And Robin Das, he's a very exciting young talent. He hits a long ball for a small lad, likes to hit down the ground, so hopefully we'll see him get a few runs today.
Well, we look forward to it. Jamie's going to join me for the first innings alongside Mr. Graham Gooch as the game gets set to start. But just to get you involved, we've got the quiz going again for a signed Essex Eagles shirt. All you have to do is tweet your answer to #EaglesLive. The question is from Peter Siddle, and it's who would you like to see in a reality TV? So that's the question. Get your answers in through the course of that first inning if you can. We're going to add...
Peter Siddle, first change bowler, very part-time golfer. He takes the cake.
So welcome to the Cloudfm County Ground. I'm Simon Ward, delighted to be joined alongside me by Essex and England cricketing legend Mr. Graham Gooch, and also by current Essex legend, how's that for an intro, Jamie Porter, as Varun Chopra and Cameron Delport follow our two umpires, Rob Bailey and Ben Debenham, out onto the track. Beautiful sunny day in Essex. We haven't said that too many times on a T20 game. Lots and lots of changes for Essex, but big opportunities for some of these youngsters.
Well, I think with the fact that Essex have not qualified, they're giving some run out to some of their youngsters, and we'll see what they're made of, because big opportunity to make a bit of mark for themselves.
Greg Garton is going to open the bowling from this Hayes Close end. Garton certainly has been in impressive form. That Middlesex game, 4 for 27 and 24 off the bat, and all-rounder of some promise. Just 23 years of age. Cameron Delport going to be taking first ball. He's got a golden. Well, Greg Garton has just continued his form from the last game, and that is the worst possible start for the Essex Eagles.
Yeah, not ideal that, but good opportunity to see what Feroz Kushi can do now under a little bit of pressure.
Opportunity knocks in some weird ways in this comp, and nobody would have been expecting Delport to get a golden, but Sussex, well, they know that they've got to make sure they keep this momentum going into the quarterfinals, and depending on the results in other games this afternoon, it could be a home quarterfinal at Hove, of course. But Well, as an opener, Graham, nobody wants to get a golden, but it's always a threat.
Well, it happens when you're opening the batting, and it's not an experience you want to enjoy, that's for sure, but it does happen. And on the other hand, if you open the batting, generally you get all the opportunity. In this form of cricket, you get all the overs, so you get a chance to make your mark. And now Feroz Khushi's coming to the wicket. I just hope he was ready to come in, to be honest.
What sort of temperament is he, Jamie? You know, you've been in a changing room with him.
It's quite hard to understand what goes inside his head sometimes, but he generally is very unflustered. You know, he has the advantage of you know, doesn't carry the burden of experience, which sometimes can help.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's, you know, that. Don't worry about losing. You can take the risk because you're a youngster. It doesn't matter. That's a good point, I think.
Yeah, he's very confident in the way he plays as well. He backs his game, which hopefully will serve him well.
Gets a full bunner first up. Very characterful stance. I don't think you ever had that with your log in hand, so to speak, Mr. Gooch.
Well, he does move around a little bit. Watching him in the 4-day cricket a bit earlier in the season. He's got a few movements at the beginning, but of course, you know, he's a very young man and he's got plenty of time to evolve, and to improve you have to evolve yourself. And he's got a bit of a task here because George Garton swings the ball in normally with a new ball.
Well, he's been very proactive with his first 2 shots onto that front foot and looking for the drive. No runs have come off it. But positive intent.
Yeah, I mean, well, you always get that in T20. But looking down the Eagles side, you got him at 3, Michael Pepper at 4, Paul Walter 5, Simon Harmer's down here at 6, young boy Dash is at 7. I mean, it's a very inexperienced batting lineup. So, but you know, one door closes for someone and another door opens for someone else, so they can take their chance.
Well, it's not going to be Khushi's day today because Garton picks up his 2nd wicket in an over, and well, it's not opened up for the Eagles as they wanted, and Greg Garton really has been in superb form with the ball and continuing that here. Only 7 wickets this T20 before arriving here, 4 of those in that game against Middlesex. Well, he's got added another 2 already inside his first over.
Yeah, very dangerous new ball bowler, George Garton. He can get up into the high 80s pace-wise, and he can swing the ball back into the right-hander, which is a very dangerous skill with the white ball.
Yeah, I think you saw that ball swing in to Feroz Khushi, went through the gate. That's what a left armer tries to do. It's a dangerous ball. The umpires like to see the ball swinging back in as well. Always a chance of an LB. And, well, that's a tough start for the Eagles. 0 for 2. They'll be glad to get the 1 on the board.
Well, Michael Pepper stepping out a lot earlier than he was expecting. Cambridge boy is going to really have to dig in for a little bit, you would think. Relatively, of course, in T20 terms.
I think it's 2 balls to go in this over. You've got to get through this over without losing another wicket first. I think we're happy to block these next 2 balls. I think.
Play for your average. Well, we were talking about youngsters taking the responsibility. They're going to have to. Baron Chopra accepted, of course, but going to really have to just get themselves into this inning. 5 balls gone and 2 already in the hutch. The Yorker ball kept out by Pepper, and that is a great opening over from George Garton, a double wicket maiden for the left armer. Well,
and there's going to be a lot of responsibility.
Big thanks to our match ball sponsor, Levitt Consultancy. Clubbing together once again, keeping Essex moving.
There's going to be a lot of responsibility on Varun Chopra here. He's the only, looking down the batting lineup, you've got Simon Harmer down to come in at 6. I wouldn't say he's really a top order batsman. He's an excellent number 8, I would say. 7 maybe, 8. Varun Chopra's done very well in one-day cricket for the Eagles in the last couple of years, especially 50-over cricket last year, got 300s in that competition. I think the Eagles will need another one today.
Robinson opening to Chopra now, and Chopra does get the Eagles off the mark after 7 balls. Yes, Chopra went to Warwickshire, you may remember, for what, 7 years I think, wasn't it? And then returned back to the fold, so to speak. Did he not go to Sussex on loan? Do I remember that?
I think he played a game for Sussex last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he played a handful last year in the, I think he played 2, maybe 3 championship games, and then might have played against Australia as well. I'm sure he'll be hoping to get a few runs against them today.
Well, he's got to show some leadership now within this inning. I suppose we've seen leadership from him. You think back when he was at Warwickshire and he was the official club captain back in, when was it, 2014?
I think he captained the Bears to victory in
the
T20 competition.
Yep.
They won it, actually.
Their first domestic T20 title.
Absolutely, and he's facing Ollie Robinson here, who was with the England squad earlier in the summer. So this will be a little bit of a test.
Robinson himself, who's played on the other side, so to speak, played second 11 for Essex back in his playing history.
Yeah, I think we missed a good one there.
Well, he seems to have benefited from working with Jason Gillespie, and who wouldn't? But he was up at Yorkshire with him, and now has come down to Sussex and found some consistency in his action and in his delivery, and that really seems to have benefited him recently.
Yeah, he's a very nice bowler, especially with the red ball. Gets in nice and tight to the stumps, hits the seam. He's got the ability to go both ways, and one thing that's really impressed me about him the last 2 seasons is his ability to bowl both sides of the wicket to left-handers and take wickets from both sides. I think nowadays you don't see many bowlers with the ability to go away from the bat to left-handers from over the wicket and be able to do the same from round. So that's a really impressive skill to have.
Chopra getting down the wicket and going to scamper a single. I think that was Danny Briggs by the looks of it. Got himself down there.
Yes, it's the first time I've seen Robinson live, and looks like he's got a nice action, nice easy run up. He's not straining for pace, he's not trying to put too much effort in. It's all about the rhythm by the looks of it. He's got the right frame for it. Looks quite tall. I don't know how tall he is, but he's well above 6 foot, I would say. And he must have impressed the England selectors to go into the bubble for the internationals earlier this season.
So Essex Eagles on the board. It's taken them 2 overs. It's now Essex Eagles 3 for 2. You both of you have been inside changing rooms when there's been a scuttle of wickets. How do people settle themselves? Is there talk? Does everybody go quiet? What needs to happen apart from runs on the board, obviously? But inside the group, is there chat to say, right, we just need to settle this down, and what's needed?
On certain occasions, I think there's a balance. You know, I think you have to trust guys to make their calls out in the middle based on conditions, the wicket, where they think their best scoring options are. But equally, you know, sometimes you've got to relay information through the 12th men as well, so the guys in the dressing room are aware of what's happening and have the right game plan for when they get out there.
Garton getting it right up in the block off. From a coach's point of view, Graham, would the coaching team get involved at that point to try and settle things, or not?
Well, when bad starts happens for every side, and you just got to gather your own thoughts as if you're the next man in. Be sure about what your plan is, how you're going to play. I mean, for the Eagles in this position, they've just got to get bat on ball, try and pick up singles, and try and get a bit of a start. you can't afford to lose any more wickets now, otherwise the game's going to be gone, because we've already got a very inexperienced and I would say, you know, maybe
delicate,
short of a batsman in this side, because we're playing all the younger players with the Bob Willis Trophy final coming up, and that's good for them. It's good for them to show what they can do. But you know, as next man in the dressing room, and the coaches will just be trying to, you know, give confidence to the players.
Pepper getting forward and just getting through for that single. Yeah, 4 of the top 5 batters are missing. Tom Westley sitting just behind us here in commentary position. Dan Lawrence, Ryan Tenduscarter and Adam Wheater. None of those 4 involved this afternoon, so there's obvious gaps in the experience, shall we say, of this batting lineup.
Yeah, I think it's a very good opportunity to have a look at guys who are starting out the journey, and also I'm a big believer in, if you want these youngsters to eventually step up, they need to be exposed, they need to get the experience where possible. So it's a good opportunity for them to, you know, whether it goes according to plan for some of them or not today, they'll be better cricketers for it, and they'll be better equipped moving forward.
Well, first 4 is at last on the board. We've had to wait 17 balls for it. Chopra finding his way through the covers.
I mean, when you've got young players coming into any, you know, professional side who've not played at the highest level, you're looking for how they handle themselves, how they handle their temperament, and how they, you know, step up under a little bit of pressure, because, you know, they would have faced reasonable bowlers in the past, you know, in second team cricket, not too many in one side probably. You get the odd first team player in second team cricket, and they've obviously impressed to get their chance, but it's how you handle the occasion, how you handle the pressure that counts. So certainly the Eagles are under pressure here, 9 for 2 off 3 overs. On this ground, we know it, you've got to get quite a large score, because it's a small ground, fast outfield, short boundaries.
Pepper again on the drive, and again having to scoot through for the single.
Does seem to be lacking a little bit of pace this wicket, so I think the guys are going to have to look to push the boundary men, run the 2s well. I think boundaries could be quite hard to find through this innings.
And that's what Simon Harmer was expecting, wasn't it? We heard at the coin toss that he was thinking it was going to slow down.
Yeah, I think that was the main reason he would have wanted to bat first, try and get the best of the conditions. Like you can see there, you know, Ollie Robinson bowling a hard length. I mean, I've seen Chopra on quicker pitches, it rock back on the back foot and pull that for 6, but just doesn't look like it's coming on. It's like the ball's hitting the splice of the bat. So it's going to be a challenging innings, but I think the middle overs will be key. If we can rotate the strike well, push the fielders, lots of 2s, we can get back into this.
Chopra comes down the wicket to Robinson and goes long and maximum.
That one seemed to come on a bit better, didn't it?
Yeah, there was no problem with that ball sticking in the wicket, and that will do Varun Chopra some good, no doubt, let alone his Essex mates.
Well, as is the batsman's will in T20 cricket, he advanced down the wicket, and what was really nice about that shot, he kept his composure, didn't try and overhit it too hard, and timed it really nicely.
Slower ball from Robinson, and Chopra waiting for it. That's a good throw again. Again, Danny Briggs is there, but the ricochet, unfortunately for Sussex, is going to allow Essex the extra. I've always thought that was a rough rule. If the fielder's accurate enough to hit the stumps, it should be dead ball after that, surely.
Some would say.
You would.
An incident like that, not quite like that, won us the World Cup final, if you remember.
yeah, all right. But going forward, Graham.
I suppose also you got to weigh up the reward of getting the run out.
Yeah,
you know,
risk and
versus
reward.
the consequences of not.
Yeah, the ball's still live, isn't it? So I think it's quite difficult, I think, to change that.
Again, Chopra coming down again. Robinson taking the pace off it.
Yeah, change up from Robinson, good bit of bowling. saw Chopra come in. But, you know, Varun Chopra's got to play smart here. You know, the Eagles have got to reach some sort of competitive score, which is, it's got to be minimum 150, 160, probably higher than that in general terms here at the Cloudfm County Ground. So I don't know, I think he has to go hell for leather given the situation.
Well, he's not going to, because the slower ball again works from Robinson, and the third wicket is down for the Eagles. Inside the fourth over, Varun Chopra's gone for 15, and disaster on disaster for the Eagles so far this afternoon. It really hasn't gone to any sort of plan. You can just see him pulling out to leg, trying to make room through the covers, and being done by that slower ball. Paul Walter coming out to replace him. All to do for the Eagles just to get through to the middle overs right now. At the moment, it's the Essex Eagles 18 for 3. Well, Paul Walter got the Devines Player of the Month award just before this game. He's going to have to show why. 4 overs gone and 3 wickets down.
Yeah, I think Ollie Robinson really showing some good skill there, and the obviously the lack of pace in the wicket. I think we can see a lot more of those slower balls, which is going to be a challenge for the batters. But as I said earlier, I think if they can rotate the strike well, I think it's going to be more a case of who can get the most 2s and the most 3s out here rather than boundaries.
So Mitch Claydon getting his first bowl. Seen plenty of him in Kent's cause, but now wearing Sussex colours, and that's a good work off his leg side pads from Pepper.
Claydon's been around a bit. He's been to a few counties. If I remember, he started with Yorkshire, didn't he? Yorkshire,
Durham.
I think. Durham, yeah, he's been around. He's well travelled up and down the country.
Been there, seen it, done it, got most of the T-shirts. Not sure they all fit now, but he's still in good form, good pace.
Yeah, I have to make a comment about Varun Chopra. I don't quite, understand what was going on there, because Robinson bowled 2 or 3 slower balls in that over after he hit him for a very good shot and 6, hit him for 6. But, Varun, he's already hit a 6. We're in a difficult position. He needs to stay at the wicket. And I know T20, they don't, maybe think quite like that. But to me, that's not very smart play. Sometimes you don't have to play your best cricket. You've got to play smart cricket. And as soon as he's already hit a 6, we're already, got some runs off the over. We're trying to build a position. Because if we lose 2 more wickets, if the Eagles go 2 more wickets down here, they've got, but down to the bowlers, they're not going to get anywhere near a competitive total.
Well, 4 down now. Claydon picks up Pepper, and it's getting darker and darker for the Essex Eagles. 22 for 4. Claydon playing only his second T20 match this campaign. Gets a wicket with his 4th ball. Well,
it's difficult to make a comment, Simon, to be honest. We keep missing the straight balls here, and the poles are going over all the time. So I can't put it down to lack of skill, because these boys can play. They've all got talent. Pressure, obviously, in these sort of games is high when you're trying to make a mark for yourself. So in a pretty dire position at the moment. 22 for 4.
I think that may be the understatement of the year. Well, not year. Let's put everything into perspective. But it's not going Essex's way right now. They're 22 for 4. Well, Simon Harmer stepping out a lot earlier than he thought it was going to be. Claydon coming through at a good lick. That looks to be impressive pace from the Aussie.
Yeah, I think the impressive thing is how Mitch has started. He'd be pretty disappointed with that first ball, but he's bounced back and he showed the value in just hitting the top of the stumps. I think it's quite an underrated skill in the power play in T20. I mean, you hit the top of the stumps, the batter is forced to play a good shot to find a boundary.
Jamie Porter there alongside me with Graham Gooch this afternoon. Well, getting through that over, and Essex Eagles struggling big time. 22 for 4, 5 overs gone. Well, it's all about rebuild right now. Top 4 batters have gone. Walter and Harmer, both without scores to their names, have to get themselves sorted. Looks like Robinson's going to bowl his 3rd consecutive over from the River End.
Well, why wouldn't he? Because if you're Luke Wright, the Sussex captain,
The
Eagles are in trouble. You keep bowling your best bowlers and just try and knock a few more wickets over, and then that's pretty much game over.
You can probably hear on the mics there's quite a reasonable breeze here. How does that affect bowling from the River End, Jamie?
Obviously, for me, the River End is definitely the harder end to bowl out of this ground, up the hill and another little slope as you come to the wicket. So you add a little breeze onto that as well, and it can be a bit trickier. I can't actually tell which way it's going. It looks like it might be downwind that end actually, which might make life a little bit easier for Ollie Robinson. He has done a brilliant job from that end. It's not the favoured end for most bowlers at this ground, but you do get a little extra bounce at that end, which may be why he opted to go that end. He's been on the money.
It looks like a north wind coming from the River End, as Jamie's saying.
From the town centre?
Yeah, normally the prevailing wind comes where we're sitting in this corner from London, basically from the southwest. That's why most of way swing bowlers bowl from the River End.
Another dot ball, and Essex really struggling to get any foothold in this game right now.
It does look like there's a little bit of sea movement there for Robinson, so it's going to be a tough test. But as I said, these boys have got to take it deep, look to rotate the strike, and try and get a partnership.
In the 6th over, and the slip has been in throughout the power play. That says a lot. It's a good, confident shot from Paul Walter, just shimmying down to change the length of that ball.
Really showing his confidence there. Smart bit of cricket, that vacant area at mid-wicket, and to take a step out your crease and work it away is a really confident start.
I think Paul Walter this season has enhanced his reputation quite a bit. I think he came in at Arundel in a championship match replacing Nick Brown, and he's put 2 or 3 decent scores on in the longer form cricket. He's bowled a bit in this competition this year as well and had 1 or 2 decent scores, so I think he's not made himself a regular in my opinion, but he certainly looks like a guy who could show a lot more promise in the future.
I think one of the things that's been really impressive about Paulie this season is not only the scores he's got. I'm sure you've seen a bit of him as well, Graham, but I've been really impressed by the way he's got them. Some of the wickets have been pretty tough to bat on, and he's looked pretty comfortable out there and very unflustered, which has been really impressive.
No, I agree with you. He's opened the batting, and Chelmsford here at the Cloudfm County Ground is not the easiest pitch sometimes to face the new ball. The ball does seam around a little bit, and I agree with you. He's composed himself. He's looked solid. He's bided his time in these longer form games, and he's been impressive with the willow. I think today he's going to have to be super impressive for the Eagles to post some sort of total. Because 26 for 4 off 6 overs. I agree. You've got to try and rotate the strike, as you say. You've got to try and get bat on ball. We're not really getting bat on ball. Try and just get bat on ball, get the singles. Hopefully you can get the odd boundary, and you can start to move the score upwards. But at the moment, it's not looking good.
Harmer works Claydon down the leg side to put Walter onto strike, to the former Kent man for the first time. Robinson 3 overs, 1 for 15 now.
I think I'm right in saying, Simon, Sussex, they third in the group.
Yep.
They've got 11 points, is that? So they really need to win today to make sure they qualify possibly as a best third place side.
They could finish second, indeed. I think if Kent lose, who were Kent are at Middlesex, I think. Or no, Surrey, I beg your pardon. So there's a few different equations, should we say, to come in the South group. But as Luke Wright said, the chance to get a home quarter final at Hove could make a big difference. Of course, they got to the knockouts last season, then came up against Moeen Ali, who put it was 120 odd in 60 balls in that quarter final. It was immense, and just took the quarter final away from them, as only Moeen Ali can do on occasions.
Yeah, I did watch that game, and that was a brutal performance by Moeen Ali. I mean, not a nice day to be a bowler. I think Topley got them off to a good start in that game as well, and then once Moeen got going, there was no stopping him really.
And you've got to look at the players that aren't in this Sussex group, because you mentioned Reece Topley there. Laurie Evans, of course, has gone to Surrey earlier than was expected. No Jofra Archer, Chris Jordan, they're getting ready for IPL, and they've been with England. Phil Salt, of course, was in the England bubble for a while, so he hasn't been available for every single game. Rashid Khan, Travis Head, obviously overseas players that couldn't come over. So a lot of guys, and we're talking about stepping up, taking responsibility, a lot of the Sussex guys have really stepped up and moved their game up to fill those gaps.
Yeah, well, been lots of opportunities for players all around the country in this COVID situation.
Slower ball picked out by Harmer just to get another run on the board, and now with 7 overs done, Essex Eagles 31 for 4.
Looks like we're about to see a bit of Tamal Mills here. Surprised he's coming up the hill, but must fancy the breeze over the slope. Can't imagine he's going to bowl too slowly here. He's going to have his tail up. He's going to want wickets, knowing him, and he's going to want to get in on the act. So this could be a challenge for these two, but there could be a fair few opportunities to score with the extra pace. So could be an exciting period of the game.
Another former Essex man, of course. Immediately coming round the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, but it's the want of a left-arm seamer these days. They like to bowl left arm round the wicket to the right-hander, get that angle from wide of the crease, a bit more difficult to pick the ball up to score off of with the ball angling into the stumps. Tamal Mills, actually, I mean, last time I saw him in the flesh was quite a while ago when I was in Australia with England, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, he looks like he's lost quite a bit of weight, hasn't he? He looks like he has to me.
Yeah.
He's not as bulky. I wouldn't say he was ever, overweight, but he looks slimmer.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I do know is that since his back injuries, I know he's kept off the weights a lot. So his strength program's changed quite drastically. So I would imagine that might have something to do with it, because I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that he's not. He doesn't lift a lot anymore to protect that back.
Yeah,
so
he's certainly not carrying the bulk that when I've seen him before in Australia. He was big and muscly, a real, bull of a man, to be honest. He looks a lot lighter.
Well, he certainly came to cricket fairly late, didn't he? I think he only started at 14 and came to Essex 5 years later.
Yeah, he comes from Suffolk, and I remember he used to have some torturous journeys getting to this county ground here, the Cloudfm County Ground, and 2 or 3 different buses. I had a lot of time for him in those early days. He was really committed to his cricket. I suppose shame if you're an Eagles supporter, he ended up in Sussex, but one of our famous sons also has gone to Sussex. We haven't mentioned him today, Mr. Bapara.
He'll be hoping that we do at some point.
Be very surprised if we don't see him come into the attack at some point on this wicket. This is the sort of wicket that he could be a real handful on. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets introduced to the attack fairly soon, to be honest.
I assume he's been removed from the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
But the chat's still been going on, is it?
Yeah, obviously, like, a lot of us have played a lot of cricket with him, and you know, he's considered a close friend to many of us. So a lot of us have kept in touch with us. You know, he was very sad that it ended the way it did, but yeah, you know, he's a great guy. He's still, you know, I still find him brilliant to talk to about cricket. Very knowledgeable, and you know, he still has Essex still has a special place in his heart.
Yeah, and every Essex fan will be hoping that he finds more success in whatever colours he's wearing, and that, of course, is the market that he's going to move into, that hired hand market that Jamal Mills has utilised, and rightly so. It's a short career.
Well, yeah, there's a few taking that route of the hired gun. Ravi, as I understand it, from last year speaking to him, just wants to play T20, really. That's all he wants to do.
Well, it's interesting, you think back to when Simon Harmer, in fact, dropped him from this T20 side, didn't he? And then tried to convince him that he needed him lower down the order to be the finisher, to make the difference, which of course he did ultimately. And maybe that's found him a new position, a new reputation.
Well, I think Ravi, you know, throughout his career, made his debut for Essex in 2002 when he was 17 years of age. He's batted every position in all formats. He's opened 3, 4, 5, 6. Played for England, over 100 one-day internationals. You know, he's a very experienced player. But I mean, I would say, having known him and was coach when he made his debut, I think his best position actually is at 5 and 6, because I think he's quite a good finisher, and he handles the pressure quite well. But don't think he, you know, ever made it his own position when he batted up the order, although he did get 1 or 2 really large scores, I remember.
Danny Briggs into the mix.
It's interesting, Briggs is bowling now, because I watched a game on TV the other day where Briggs opens the bowling for Sussex Sharks.
But quite often you get the slow left armour in Nijal we've seen here, but quite often you would get a spinner bowling at least the first 1 or maybe 2 overs, don't you?
Yeah, and Danny Briggs is a very good operator. He, I think, has got either the most wickets or best record in T20 cricket as an English player.
Yeah. Taken 172 wickets in 147 games. That's some return. 12 tries, 12 wickets this season. The call goes out. Umpire is not moving. Ben Debenham is just going to go and put the bails back on.
It's a long way back, Ben Debenham, there, isn't it? Did you notice that? He's a long way from the crease. I'm not questioning his eyesight.
He adds quickly.
But
must say, I'm not sure I'm a fan of Phil Salt in the short sleeve t-shirt. You don't see that very often from a wicket keeper.
There's sweep, and Walter is going to get through for a bye.
Yeah, Danny Briggs, very experienced, played for England, T20, one-day internationals. Obviously started his career with Hampshire, was there for a long, long time.
Yeah, 6 years. But hasn't been picked up by a franchise. And, you know, we've talked early on about spinners being the new rock stars. Does that surprise you that nobody's looked to utilise those slow left arm skills?
A little bit, but what most teams, a Big Bash, IPL, what they're looking for is wrist spinners with that bit of mystery.
The mystery, yeah.
Yeah.
Nine overs done. Essex Eagles 38 for 4. And that scoreboard doesn't make any easier reading for Eagles fans, no doubt. You Sharks fans out there are loving it, and rightly so. But plenty of work to be done from a home perspective. Tamal Mills is going to continue from the river end. Just 4 off that first over. Slower ball, and talk about hired hands and how they learnt how to bowl in so many different conditions. Mills, you can see the variation that he's got confidence in now.
Well, that's that right there is probably what makes him a world-class T20 bowler, or certainly there or thereabouts. Because you know, he has the ability to bowl 90 mile an hour, which obviously a lot of people talk about, but it's not easy to set up for. You know, you can't set up for that slower ball when you've got someone who can really hurt you if it goes wrong. So it's a tremendous skill he has.
Still only 28 years of age, so in his pomp at the moment. Walter pushes it through extra cover, and that's a nice shot from Paul Walter.
That's a great shot. That's the advantage of the batter's advantage of facing someone with a little bit of extra pace. Ball come on a little bit better. That was by no means a hard volley, but Paul Walters managed to use the extra pace and get it through the infield.
Again, Mills going full. But Walter at whatever he is, 6'7", able to cover that one.
Yeah, it's got extra pace on the ball, as Jamie says. It's easier to manoeuvre the ball around. It's a lovely shot from Paul Walter, classical cover drive. But Tamal Mills, he does mix it up quite a lot. He's developed his skills as a specialist. 24 balls you have to bowl. You've got to, have a bit of variation to get on in this game.
Well, 24 balls and no ball can be the same, or not repetitively anyway, consecutively.
Well, that 4, I don't know when the last 4 was before, but the Eagles have not been able to break the shackles at all. 45 for 4 in the 10th over. It's nowhere near a total really, so you've got to give credit to the Sharks because they're holding Essex at bay. They're not giving anything away. They're making them work for every run. There's no freebies going on out there, and Walter's got to stay at the crease.
Really can see the benefit of Paul Walter being 6 foot plenty there. Almost played that off the front foot and just dropped it down into the leg side. I think that was going over my head.
I'm surprised that Tamal Mills hasn't bowled any short balls at Paul Walter, to be honest. Normally a real tall batsman, you test him out with a short ball, see how he handles it. Obviously, tall players like to get on the front foot because of the reasons you just said, Jamie, and I'm surprised he hasn't tested him.
Yeah, especially in this over where we're 8 off 5 balls. You'd have thought maybe try something a bit different. Show when you got the pace that Tamal has, show them that you'll use it, and then see how they play your length ball. I think it's a weapon. So I'm pretty surprised too, to be honest. He hasn't had a look.
this is not what Essex needed, and that is a huge mistake.
He made it back.
I think he just got back, didn't he? I was just looking at the umpire because you can't see the line from here. But he had a rather slow turning circle there, Paul Walter.
Managed to use those long levers again. The advantages of being very tall.
Well, it was not great cricket because, you know, watched it all the way and Paul Walter just turned, assuming he was going to come back for a second. I don't know whether it was a call him, we can't hear from here. But, yeah, he's fortunate to get back there.
Rob Bailey just conferring something. So, Essex Eagles halfway through their innings. And at the moment, they're going to be pleased to get up into three figures. 47 for 4 now. Phil Salt getting the helmet out. Drifting down leg, Rob Bailey having nothing of that. Oh, he's gone there as he... Ooh, I thought I heard a nick as it went through there. There was a bit of turn off that. But Harmer's not moving. The stumping was completed, but I don't think either was...
I think I'm right in saying this pitch has been used quite a few times. This is a hybrid pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've, by the looks of it, they've chopped and changed between the two services, which, so I think, I want to say this is the one we'd have played Hampshire on, which was a low-scoring game and offered plenty to the spinners.
Harmer getting the reverse sweep out of his bag to good effect. 50 comes up, but it's taken 63 balls to get there. Again, Harmer, I was going to say does the Peterson, but I don't think that's a branded shot. But
well, that's the switch hit, and
yeah.
He's playing it off the front foot, whereas Peterson like changes his hands and like turns around just like a left-hand batsman. I mean, it's quite a huge premeditated shot.
Well, that was premeditated. Walter gets the long handle out.
That's more the conventional shot, Simon, isn't it?
That is the shot of a man in form.
Yeah, 6-6 over long on. He's a big man, got a lot of power, and the best will in the world. The boundaries at the Cloudfm County Ground are not the biggest in the world, so it's not really a contest. But it's a good over for the Eagles.
It's not
so
finished
far,
yet.
yeah.
5 balls gone, 11 runs that they've managed to garner so far from Danny Briggs. Rob Bailey at his mix box. Well, I'll say it quietly, but Paul Walters just equalled his highest score in this campaign thus far. 23 not out against that game against Surrey, the tied game at the Oval.
Yes, these two batsmen have got to stick around for the Eagles for, in my opinion, another 5 overs really. If they can stay together for 5 overs, might get some respectability with the score.
Wide ball given, going down leg side. So 11 runs from the 11th over moves the Essex Eagles up to 59 for 4.
Looks like we're going to get a bit of David Visa here. Potentially keep her up. Not much pace. I imagine he'll look to go predominantly off cutters and change ups.
I was going to say he'd had a haircut, but he's got the man bun in.
A lockdown haircut.
Lockdown, yeah. Had a good season with the bat, David Visa. Impressive performer in this format of the game.
He's an awkward one to bowl at. Long levers. There it is, straight to pace off into the wicket. So he's not going to offer a lot of pace for these two, so might have to get a little bit unconventional with their options, generate that pace, maybe come down the wicket or look to get on the back foot and take him down square.
Well, with Salt standing so far back, then presumably it gives you a little bit more opportunity and flexibility, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that, and especially if Salt doesn't seem to have his lid out there. So, yeah, I think they'll look to use their feet as much as they can.
Good shot from Paul Walter.
Dismissive shot, wasn't it? He just took a step down the wicket.
Slapped it through extra.
Because he's so tall, he's hit that off the sort of front foot, and absolutely, you can see with Paul Walter, the big, powerful man, when he hit it, as they say, it stays hit.
Goes the other side this time, just for the single.
Sussex have used a number of their bowlers so far, but we haven't seen Ravi Bapar yet bowling his brand of licorice all sorts, the seamers, the slower balls, the back of the hand balls.
Oh, Harmer gets the top edge, and this is going to be a dolly for Phil Salt, and the Essex Eagles captain has gone. Harmer heads for the hutch, and Essex Eagles now 65 for 5.
Just as they started to build a partnership that looked like the fight back was on, unfortunately Harmer falls, but the exciting opportunity for Robin Das as he walks out to the crease. This is someone that I'm very excited to see how he goes. He has a lot of power for a small guy in stature. He hits the ball a long way.
Well, what a big moment it is for Robin Das and his family. 18 years of age. British Bangladeshi, plays his cricket at Wanstead and Snaresbrook. No doubt they'll be raising a glass in hope right now. One with Feroz Kushi, of course, another Wanstead boy.
I know his brother will be very proud of him. His brother was on the academy here at Essex, played a little bit of second team cricket, and he's invested a lot of time in Robin. I remember he used to give him throwdowns when Robin was probably about the same height but a lot younger. So he'll be over the moon and excited to see how he goes.
Well, Paul Walter knows now that he really has to stay in situ for at least the next 6-7 overs at least. Well, here's Robin Das's first ball. Now, the first thing he's got to do is get his heart rate down, because right now it'll be bursting out of his chest.
He's got a great temperament for a young lad, though. He's very switched on. He knows what he seems to handle pressure really well from what I've seen so far. Really good head on his shoulders, so I think he'll be coping with this about as well as you could expect.
Makes contact, and he sees out the over. Another wicket has fallen. 12 overs done. Essex Eagles now 66 for 5. Das, so young he hasn't even got a number. How about that? I mean, he's just incredible opportunity.
Well, it's for a late call up, Simon, isn't it? Haven't got the shirt printed up yet, but yeah, exciting times for any young player to be making their debut.
Academy Player of the Year last year, so obviously has shown early potential, as Jamie said, as Walter goes long and gets the right club out the bag as well as it, well, Jamie was almost going to go for the catch there, but managed to restrain him.
Quite glad I didn't, because that hit something very hard.
I need to check that ball. I think Rob Bailey's going to just have a look at it.
I think
smart cricket this from Paul Walter.
Going again, squirting it off, and it's going to go for 4. So 10 off 2 balls from the big left-hander.
I do like him going after Briggs here, hitting to, you know, the smallest. I think the smallest part of the ground is straight, hitting this way. You've got the wind behind you. You know, if it's in his zone, I think he can clear the ropes quite easily.
39 off 23 so far.
you think that Danny Briggs had to have a bit of change of pace, because as Jamie said, it's not really a contest this end for a 6 if you're hitting downwind, and you won't want to pitching it up, that's for sure. You want to get Das on strike.
Das scurries through behind the wicketkeeper.
Tell you what, don't be surprised if Das has a little go down the ground here if he gets it in his zone. He has the ability to hit straight 6s at will from what I've seen of him so far. So if he gets one in his zone, I wouldn't be surprised if he has a little look at clearing the ropes here.
I should doff my cap if he does it second ball. That's temperament for you.
I've seen him do it in the second team and very early in his innings. You know, one of the things you want to see him come and play the same way they have that got them here, and you know, different situation, but I think if he's in his area, he should go.
He's a bright lad as well, going to the London School of Economics, I think the end of this month actually, to start his university degree, probably remotely. I know Fiona Folks, Ben's mum, is the education link for the academy. That's a lovely looking shot to open his account for Essex. Picks up a couple. So 13 overs done now, 7 overs left for the Eagles. They reached 79 for the loss of 5 wickets. Well, for all West Ham fans out there, they'll be very delighted, no doubt, to see that Spurs have won 5-2. Just saying. Being sat next to 2 West Ham fans as I am.
Only silver lining for me is I had Son captain in my fantasy team, so that one's paid off. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
Mills back into his 3rd over, 0 for 13 so far.
Paul Walter's been pretty impressive so far, and the Eagles skipper Simon Harmer and coach Anthony McGrath will be hoping that he can stay the distance here to the end. If he does, I think the Eagles could get not a particularly competitive total, but they could get up to somewhere near the 120 mark. That would be 120, 130. You just never know in this game.
Walter heading the ball beautifully now, squeezing that through a gap that didn't seem to be there.
That's a brilliant shot. Strong shot, use the pace, and finds the gap.
Good skill from Paul Walter. And we've got the Sharks captain Luke Wright slotted in beside the ball there, and Luke, I don't know how old he is, he was with the England setup when I was with them, and
Luke Wright?
He must be the wrong side of 35 now.
Oh, he's 35 exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say he's never going to catch that up.
You can see that Walter is now just seeing it, just joshing there with Mills as he went past him.
Be interesting to see what Tymal Mills decides to go for here with bowling at a guy making his debut.
He could go full length and still have a bouncer to Robin Das.
Well, I've seen a lot of guys, a lot of nasty quicks look to test people early in their careers, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes. But this would be a good experience for young Robin Das to face someone of Tymal Mills' pace.
Wow, That's what Robin Das does to it. What a response. Terrific shot. Maybe a little bit uppish, but who cares? Went for 4, and Robin Das has already shown what he's about.
Not a worry in the world there.
What a temperament.
Shot, because that ball's up and wide. Not a particularly good ball from Tymel Mills, and he took the opportunity and hit it really well.
Now this will be interesting.
Can't see it being the same length, this ball.
I think this one's going to be short.
Oh, the slow bouncer.
That's very smart bowling from T. Set the field for the short ball, and he's double bluffed him and taken the pace off.
Robin Das was selected for the England under-19s, the Young Lions they call them, don't they? And I think was due to be up there this weekend. And they've got some T20s North against South as well next later on in the month. But
yeah, I think he was actually packing his bags staying up there a few days ago. But it's a great opportunity for him to be here, and be very surprised if he's not a part of that setup.
Again, that slower ball just doing the youngster. Well, 9 off the over, 14 overs gone. Eagles now 88 for 5.
Yeah, so they're making a bit of progress. Bowls a lot of slower balls, isn't he, Tymel Mills? Not tried one short ball at all. It's either been full or slower ball.
Is that on reputation then? Because that's what Jamie was saying. Everybody expects at least 190 mile an hour plus.
Well, I think if you can bowl that quick, you're going to use the short ball as a part of your tactical plan. You're not going to be banging it in halfway down the wicket all the time. But he's bowled very full, and then just put in his back of the hand slower balls, which is an effective ball.
George Gart back into the attack. A very impressive opening over with those 2 wickets.
But with that sort of pace, you'd think you'd be trying to hit a heavy length, back of a length, try and hit the splice of the bat, which is difficult for most batsmen to get away.
I think a big part of that would, all bowlers want to take wickets, especially someone like Tamal, who's, will want to finish this campaign really well to try and push for that T20 World Cup and whatever else. But you see a few wickets go down and you think, oh, I can get myself a little 2 or 3 here, and I think he might have been a little bit greedy.
Carlton goes short and just hurries things up. Mitch Claydon with the direct hit.
Yeah, we talk about short balls. This is one guy that isn't afraid to bowl a bouncer. That's one thing I've seen over the years with George Gart, and he does like to use his bouncer, and why not? He has a little bit of pace too.
Sussex boy, born and bred in Brighton. Had a bad side strain injury, very innocuously, picking up luggage in LAX a couple of years ago. And
I was actually on the tour that he turned up to, and he tried to play through it, but unfortunately it got the better of him.
Good to see him back on the track, and Das just pulling him round through mid-wicket.
Nice shot. Looks like to have plenty of time, Robin Das, to play his shots.
Nice shot from Walter, just deflecting it through the leg side for 4. Well, Robin Das has shown plenty of promise, but this inning now is down to Paul Walter. His half century coming in 31 balls, 52 not out for the big left-hander.
Well, you've got to be pleased with the composure that Paul Walter's shown here. He's marshalled a half century, the only one to look effective in the Eagles batting lineup, and he's got to make sure he stays there to the end of the innings.
I think what's been most impressive about Paul's innings is not only is he got 50 odd runs, but he's striking at 165 when, you know, wickets are falling at the other end on a wicket that's not looked very easy to get in on and to find the boundary on. So I think, you know, one thing to get the runs, but to do them at a healthy strike rate is really impressive.
Oh, Das tries for that hook again, but doesn't get hold of it. And Das goes for 7 in his first innings for the Essex Eagles. Just a little bit too ambitious perhaps on that short ball again from Garton. Garton picks up his 3rd wicket, and the Eagles have lost their 6th. Coming up to the end of the 15th over, 97 for 6. Disappointment for the young man. Plenty of good times ahead of him, obviously. But right now his team struggling, 97 for 6. Coming towards the end of that 15th over. So George Garton keeps on picking up wickets. 4 for in the last game against Middlesex, 3 for so far in this one.
3 for 15 off 3 overs, good figures. I was quite impressed with Robin Dast, what he showed in his very short innings. They tested him with a short ball, didn't really get in a good position to play the pull shot or the hook shot. Hit high up on the bat. A simple catch for the guy at deep square leg.
Callum MacLeod was under that one. Claydon to Walter. Jack Plom has come in ahead of Aaron Nijar.
Can hit a very long ball, Jack Plom. So if he gets going, it could be quite entertaining to watch.
2 left-handers. I think he's a left-handed batter, isn't he? So 2 lefties now for Sussex to bowl against.
Yes, the Eagles' batting is a bit of a one-man show. 54 to Paul Walter off 33 balls. Showed great composure, good array of shot. Doesn't look flustered, as Jamie alluded to earlier. He's going to have a stellar finish for the Eagles to post something like a competitive total.
The Eagles in the final quarter of their inning, approaching 3 figures. They've got 5 overs to give themselves, well, you'd have to say half a chance in this one at the moment. Never know what can happen though. Never say never.
I think if we can find a way to get past 120, maybe creep up to 130, I think that's defendable on this wicket. You're going to have to bowl really, really well, but, you know, it doesn't look like a tough wicket. I know Paulie's made it look probably better than it is, but I think 130 is defendable.
The issue the Eagles will have, if they can get to that sort of total 130, I think if Walter stays there, they'll get more than that. If he doesn't run out of partners, is often in a low-scoring game, you have to bowl the opposition out to win the game. Walter looks very relaxed, looks in control of his game. His batting management's been very good. It's just that he needs someone to stay with him, really, someone to contribute at the other end, at least to get ones to give him the strike.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing now, is get the man on strike. 4 overs left. See if he can have a big finish for us.
Plum finding the space through the cover area and picking up the 4. That 100 coming off 95 balls for the Eagles.
Yep, it's a good.
So, chats mid-wicket between Walter and Plom. What are they going to do? And the final 4 overs, Essex Eagles now 100 for 6. Looks like Garton's going to finish off his spell from the Hayes close end. 3 for 15, very impressive figures for the young left-hander. Just 23 years of age, so plenty of cricket ahead of him, you would hope. Oh, that is, how do you describe that shot? A square cut through extra cover.
That was like a top spin forehand, that was.
Slapped away.
That was. It was a short, wide ball outside off stump. And Paul Walter giving himself room, and you show the benefit of being a big, tall man. A lot of leverage. Absolutely crashed it.
Ravi Papara tried to go up the step ladder to get to that, but was nowhere near it.
Well, he's just showing his full array of shots, and you know, with a guy who's as tall as that. I remember Will Jefferson, who played here 15 years ago. He was 6'10", and he used to drive short of a length balls off the front foot, and there was no length to bowl to him. But Walter has got to try and stay there for the next 3 and a bit overs.
It's something that Jamie and I were talking about earlier on, how brittle confidence can be for any sport, let alone cricket. You get the feeling that Paul Walter's confidence is really on the up now, and he's really showing what he's about, especially with the bat.
Well, I think when someone plays in a side, he's been playing in the Bob Willis Trophy side, he's played in all these games, and you know, he probably feels more comfortable now that he's not under pressure to have to prove himself all the time, and you're seeing the best of him, which is really impressive. And I think 1 or 2 other cricketers who've come in and played reasonably regularly, Nija, Plom now, and I think that's all good for the Eagles in the future.
Not for Jack Plom, it's not. Garton picks up his 4th as Plom swings over the top, and another wicket drops for the Essex Eagles.
I think we'll see a slightly different approach from Aaron Nidger as he walks out to the crease now. I think we'll see him look to feed the strike a bit more to Paulie, which I think really needs to happen now. We need to get Paul on strike as much as possible. You know, there's plenty of ones, plenty of gaps to hit. So if Nidge can just keep feeding the strike to Paul here, then you know, I could see us get past 130 and have a competitive score on the board.
I think that would have been a smarter play, what Jamie's just said. You know, Plom, you know, he's hit a good 4 through the covers, but Walter's the one who's going to get the Eagles to a decent score. So I agree, just push 1, the field's going to be back, give as many balls to Walter as you can, because he's the one who's going to get you somewhere near a potentially defendable total. And that's all Nija has to do as well. And then Walter needs to keep his head, keep playing proper cricket shots like he has. In my opinion, he's not just been swinging, he's been targeting the ball really good.
Well, Nija doing the job for the first ball to get Walter back on strike. 1 ball left in the over. Garton going short and getting the required dot ball, and that finishes his spell. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 21. That is a really, really good opening spell from George Garton.
Yeah, I think, you know, he did the damage up top. He's bowled aggressively, he's taken wickets, and yeah, he's done a really good job for Sussex today.
Well, left armers are very prevalent in T20 cricket around the world, franchise cricket, and they often have lots of success. Garton actually is one of the ones I've seen recently, watching him on TV the other day, who does swing the white ball. I don't see too many ball players swing the white ball these days. And now we have another left armour from the river end.
Slow ball bouncer. Talking of left armers, how do you think your old mate JK would have done in the T20 format? Would he have had enough variation? Would he have enjoyed it or not?
I think he was a pretty successful bowler in one-day cricket. Of course, we played a lot of 40-over matches that were reduced to 20 overs. 10 overs was the minimum match. We played lots of them when they were rain affected. I think, you know, players of different eras would adapt, you know, without a doubt. You know, he was a very good Yorker bowler. I don't think you see a lot of excellent Yorker bowlers nowadays, sadly. If you ask me, you know, the slow bouncer, the back of the handball has come into cricket in the last couple of decades. Steve Waugh was one of the ones who first started that. Dermot Reeve, letting the ball go out the back of your hand as a slower ball. That's been a great innovation. But generally still, even with the ramp shots that players play nowadays, go-to ball sometimes is still the Yorker, if you can bowl it well.
And if you don't, it's a full bunger.
Well, that happened, and we saw that down at Canterbury the other day, but low full tosses do happen. But if you can hit the bowl, if you can hit the batsman on the feet, on the base of his pads, if he moves around, you still, I mean, some of these guys can play these little flip shots, you know, and ramp shots now, which is a great innovation as well. But generally, I don't think you see a lot of people, you know, excelling at bowling Yorkers. And it's still, for me, it's, as I say, it's still the go-to ball, you know, if the slog's on at the end.
Mills just winding it up a bit to get through Aaron Nijjar. And that one, what have we got? 2 balls left of the 18th over. Just 2 runs off it so far.
I mean, one of England's better T20 bowlers, if not Chris Jordan. You know, he's an excellent, you know, in the modern game, he's an excellent Yorker bowler. And it's a sort of skill, I think, if you're going to play one-day cricket of any type, you've got to have that skill.
Yeah, I think the way the game's going, it's important to, I think it's a very good base to have as a death bowler, is to be able to hit your Yorker and then build up from there. I think, you know, I don't think you see many bowlers look to hit 6 Yorkers in a row anymore, because pitches tend to be, you know, it's with these hybrid surfaces coming into fashion, they're a bit slower, they do favour pace off. So I think it's a balancing act, you know. Yorkers, I think, are essential, especially if you've got a soft reversing ball at the death, which you often have these days. It's a really important skill to have, but obviously if you miss, that can happen too.
Walter goes long to finish off Tamal Mills. 4 overs. Doesn't pick up a wicket this time. 0 for 29, his final, and just throws his head back in anguish. The former Essex man has been an impressive character on analysis as well. You've seen him on Sky a bit this season. I'm quite interested to hear what he has to say when he's been analysing the T20 stuff. Now he's finished his bowling stint. 18 overs are done. 2 overs left. Essex Eagles 117 for 7. So Mitch Claydon back in to bowl his final over. 1 for 16 so far for the big New South Walian. That was, from this side, looked like a gimme ball that Nijjar just missed.
Yeah, it looked like he took the pace off there. Looked like it may have been an off-cutter, so I think it's just gripped a bit in the surface, which may have got Aaron Nijjar through the shot a bit sooner than he liked.
Oh, and a simple caught and bowl. Did him with that first ball, didn't he? Second ball, just forced that prod back, and it's a caught and bowl for Mitch Claydon. 8th wicket down for the Eagles.
It's not what the Eagles want at all. Every fielder from the Sharks is out on the leg side on the boundary, as they do nowadays in T20 cricket. Innngs just poked it back to the bowler. First ball, he's got to just knock the ball on the leg side, as we say, get Paul Walter on strike, you know. There's 11 balls left, he's got to face the majority of those balls. He's now walking up to the next batsman, Shane Snater, I assume that is it?
Yeah.
That's Snater. He's just got to do the same, just get one, get Walter down on strike.
Well, the target is to get the big man on strike. The target is also to get through 20 overs.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that Paul has 6 balls in the next over to face. You know, if we can face all 20 overs with Paul Walter at the crease, we have a chance of getting a defendable score.
Snater swipes it out, and I think that's there's a fielding mistake down there from Darray Rawlins, I think it is down there. I haven't seen anything of him. No cause to use his spin variation at all this afternoon for Luke Wright.
I think he's taking his eye off the ball there. As the ball goes down to long on, he's coming quick, and he's paid the price. It's a bonus 4 for the Eagles.
Doesn't go for the long barrier, but picks up the ball anyway.
Good cricket from Snates. He's got Paul on strike, which is the most important thing, and now Paul has a chance to some more boundaries for us.
8 balls left for Walter and for Essex. 122 on the board. No ball called, I think, from Rob Bailey. He's pointing at the pitch where the big Australian ran. I presume that was a no ball call. Hasn't gone up on the board. Walter picks out the gap perfectly. What a shot from Paul Walter. Maybe not the most beautiful shot that he's played, but so important. Well, it wasn't a no ball. I think Rob Bailey just pointed at running down the wicket there, didn't he?
Maybe. I mean, Clayton trying to bowl the slower ball down the wicket, into the wicket, and Walter was on it quickly, just helped it round the corner down to the Tom Pearce stand, and the outfield's lightning fast here at the Cloudfm County Ground. So it's important now coming to this last over that Snater gets a single and gets Walter on strike to face the last 5 balls.
Ollie Robinson is going
Even
to
if
bowl
they
the last over.
run through to the keeper if they have to.
Well, job done from Shane Snater. Now, how's Luke Wright going to set his field now?
Snater's job now is to, if he gets a bat on, it goes out in the deep. He's got to try and run 2 to maintain the strike for Poulter, even if he gets run out. Got one more man to come in, Ben Allison, so it's worth the risk.
Oh, Walter sends it to the precinct.
That's a big hit.
That's gone about 3 levels up in the multi-storey car park.
That was heading for the High Chelmer shopping centre, wasn't it?
Wow. Big hit from Paul Walter, 75 now. Strike rate of 174, and as Jamie mentioned earlier, when you consider the start and the problems that Essex have had.
Well, he did put it right on his tee there, I have to say. I don't know, he was trying to bowl a Yorker, he pitched it up, and for a man in Paul Walter's form, the way he's seeing the ball and way his forte really is to hit the ball down the ground. That's his go-to shot. I don't think he'd be doing this ball.
Going for that Yorker length, but coming through on the full. They're going to try and get 2, are they? No. Just a single out there. Good fielding out there from Callum McLeod. So, what does Snater do now? Got to put Walter back on strike. 3 balls left. Affects it. Eagles 135.
Been an unbelievable knock from Paul Walter. This, I think, to get the boys to a competitive total here has been a very impressive effort.
Two balls left. Oh, stepped out to try and put it down leg side. Robinson at the sticks. Walter has done 76 off 44 balls.
It's a brilliant knock that. He's put the boys in a position where they are back in this game, and we can defend this total. It's going to take a good bowl performance, but thanks to Paul Walter, we are back in this match.
It's going to be tough, it's going to be tight, but Paul Walter has made sure that Sussex are going to have to bat well. Well, what a great knock from Paul Walter. His teammates stepping out in front of the marquee to congratulate him. 9 fours, 3 sixes in that knock, 45 balls in the end.
Benny Allison on debut gets a free hit first ball.
Right, Ben, make your debut. You've got 1 ball. What can you do with it?
Hopefully try and hit it for 6. Seen him out there practicing his range hitting over the last couple of weeks. When he gets it, it can travel.
Soft ball bouncer. Again, clever bowling from Ollie Robinson. And it's a bye that's going to count. So 136 is the target. Essex getting 10 runs in that last over. Is it 10 runs that could make a difference? Well, we shall wait and see. How satisfied, Jamie, will the group be to actually get to 136 after that opener?
Yeah, I think, you know, I would say, well, we saw the Hampshire game on the same wicket and it played very similarly, where I think we got 1-4-1 maybe, or 1-4 something, and that was a competitive score. So this is only a few runs shy of that. So it's going to take a very good bowling performance, but it's defendable. You know, it's not an easy wicket. Sussex will be aware of that. Now, if the lads bowl well here, they can defend this score, and that is purely down to a brilliant knock from Paul Walter.
Graham, we've talked a lot about the confidence that's emanated within the group from what happened last season, but this is a scenario where everything has to be concentrated, focused every single ball. You cannot afford to take your eye off what's going on for one moment, can you?
Well, I think if the Eagles are going to come out on top in this game, they're going to have to take 10 Sussex Sharks wickets. I don't see Sussex Sharks batting for 20 overs and not reaching 136 unless they lose majority of their wickets. It is possible. Funny things happen in T20 cricket. You know, confidence goes if you lose a few wickets, a bit of panic, a bit of uncertainty in the side. I mean, you can put the Essex total down to 1 man, Paul Walter, and to get his side to that total from 0 for 2, 20 odd for 4 is a remarkable performance. And not only to stay there to the last over, but also to play in the way that he did, compose proper cricket shots, striking the ball to most parts of the ground while wickets were falling all around him, was a very mature performance. And as I said before, he's benefited from the fact that he's played majority of the games for Essex in this truncated season, and he's grown in confidence. He's shown good composure in the longer form games. He's probably feeling more at home playing in the side now. for him more settled, and you're seeing a better performance from him. So I don't think, even though the Eagles have not qualified for the latter stages of this Vitality Blast, few people have done their reputations well, done them good. Nijar, Plom, obviously Das coming in here as well. Allison, we're going to see him bowl. So it's not all bad things for the Essex Eagles.
Well, they've still got it all to do. Join us after this ad break as we get set for the Sussex Sharks' response to 136 for 9. Well, it's been fun in the sun at the Sussex Sharks here at the Cloudfm County Ground. I'm joined by the venerable Graham Gooch. Graham, when you have a start like that, losing 2 wickets in the first 4 balls, to recover to 136, will there be any sort of impetus, any sort of momentum within the Essex camp that they can take out onto the field now?
Well, they're in a much better position than they were at the start of their innings, losing their star player, Delport for naught, and then Cushy for naught as well, being 0 for 2 and then 20 odd for 4. That was a drastic position to be in. Then Varun Chopra went most experienced player in this form of cricket. So their spirits will be up now, thinking we have got a chance.
Yeah.
At that stage in the power play of the Eagles' innings, you didn't think they were going to be in the game at all. There was no chance of them reaching a competitive total. You know, this is still a low total, make no mistake about that. And if the Eagles are going to prosper, they're going to have to take majority of the Sussex wickets. But funny things can happen in cricket. Pressure creates lots of problems for batsmen. You get a run out here, a good bit of fielding there, a brilliant catch. So it can change. So I'd still put the 70-30 or 60-40 in favour of the Sussex Sharks, but you never know. If the Eagles get off to a good start, good bowling performance at the beginning, a couple of mistakes for the opening batsman or whatever at Sussex, you just never know. So they would have to pressure and they'll have to play out of their skin to win, but it is possible.
And the opening power play is going to be critical, as you say, the start for both sides, because you've seen Luke Wright, you know very well, and Phil Salt as well, can take a game away from a side within 5 or 6 overs. And Essex are going to have to not only peg those back, but get those guys early if they're going to have any chance.
Absolutely. I mean, Luke Wright was with the England setup when I was working there, and he's made a big name for himself in T20 cricket, in franchise tournaments around the world, down in the Big Bash and in the IPL and others. He's a very attacking batsman. He goes for his shots. He's not scared to go straight over the top from ball one. And the Eagles will have to hope that when they go on the attack in the power play, and they will, that they make mistakes and they pick up a couple of wickets.
And you know that these Essex young bowlers, Ben Allison making his debut, Jack Plom's only in his 5th match, they have got to make sure every single ball is on the right length or has the right design to it to keep the Sussex batsmen guessing.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult in T20 because generally the white ball does not move around off the seam or in the air. much, so they're going to have good variation, and they're going to have to be smart with the ball.
Well, join us after the ad break. We'll have more as we set up for the Sussex Sharks innings.
Peter Siddle, first change bowler, very part-time golfer. He takes the cake. Peter Siddle, first change bowler, very part-time golfer. I'd like to see Jamie Porter on a reality show. He loves his phone, so I'd like to see him off his phone and have him interact with other people. He takes the cake.
Welcome back to the Cloudfm County Ground as Phil Salt and Luke Wright stride out purposefully, I should say, to start on this target of 136. Don't forget, if you've got any questions, comments or messages for us, you can send them via email to matchday@essexcricket.org.uk, or if you're on Twitter, we use the handle @EssexCricket and the hashtag EaglesLive. Graham Gooch still with us, joined by Paul Hiscott. Jamie Porter's otherwise engaged. I think he's got to go and drown his sorrows after West Ham's loss to Arsenal last night, but I won't mention that again to Mr. Gooch, as Aaron Nijjar opens the bowling. And the first ball disappears for 4. Phil Salt finding the boundary. And that is something that the Eagles really cannot afford in any particular over. This is going to be tight if they're going to have any chance.
Nijjar's been opening the bowling for the Eagles in T20 cricket most of this campaign and has acquitted himself very well. But he's up against 2 very aggressive batsmen here, and he's bowling from the Hayes Close end, the shortest boundary at the Cloudfm County Ground. Luke Wright taking strike now, very accomplished T20 player. Can't believe he's not going to take on this boundary once he's had possibly a look at 1/2 balls. It's generally what happens.
374 runs he's already accrued in this campaign, Luke Wright, averaging over 41.
Yes, he's made himself into a very good T20 player. Started with England as a bit of an all-rounder bowler, but he doesn't bowl nowadays. I'll be watching to see how the Sharks go, actually, because with a low total, they don't really have to go, you know, gung-ho right at the beginning.
Although net run rate may, of course, play into the final allocation of quarter-final spots.
Good point.
First over's done. 7 on the board. Be interesting to see how soon Paul Walter is given the ball to bowl with. Maybe it's going to be his day.
Well, you never know.
Hove was Dan's day. Maybe this is Paul's place. Matchball sponsors Levitt Consultancy will be hoping that he can do something with the ball. Shane Snater not going to get the opener. I think it's going to be Jack Plum, isn't it? Paul, what did you make of that first inning? Did you squirm?
Not while Paul Walter was there. I squirmed before he arrived at the wicket. I mean, that was just an incredible batting performance, wasn't it? And what a terrific player he's proving to be. Up till this season, he had potential. He's now proven ability, hasn't he? And he just gets better and better, both in red and white ball cricket.
Plum with his first ball to Phil Salt. Salt, born in North Wales, but actually raised in Barbados, which may be an indicator of the way he likes to bat. Only had half a dozen games in this competition this season. Of course, went into the England bubble with the England reserves. High score of 56 in the game against Middlesex.
Possible opportunity for a run out there to Walter. The Eagles fielders have got to be on their toes. They've got to get in that yard or two closer, if you ask me, so that to try and affect a run out, if they take a run, got to try and create something. Not a lot of chance of them defending the total without getting a huge proportion of the Sussex wickets.
Drifting down leg side, Jack Plum on that occasion. Yeah, Luke Wright enjoys coming to this ground. Memory goes back to that 153 not out here. World record it was there when they run chase. What was it, 11 sixes he smacked on that day? He is a destructive batsman par excellence. No question about that. Not going to be today though. Inside edge off Jack Plum, and Essex Eagles have their first target. Sussex Sharks captain Luke Wright goes for 1. Sussex Sharks 9 for 1.
Well, great start for Jack Plum. Luke Wright trying to cut the ball, dragging it onto his stumps. Maybe slower ball from Jack Plum. He's got a good change of pace, and that stood him in good stead in this competition after his debut earlier in the competition. And the dangerous Luke Wright, captain of the Sussex Sharks, is walking back to the, well, I was going to say pavilion, the tent, the marquee as it is now in COVID-19 situation. But a great start for the Eagles, and what they needed, their captain has gone, Sharks, and that brings in a batsman I don't really know, Delroy Rawlins. Haven't seen much of him, but a good start for the Eagles, and you never know in this game.
Well, another batsman who's been in fine form, Delroy Rawlins, averaging 24 so far. Highest score of 62 not out against Kent, and really has shown his worth with bat and ball for the Sharks in this campaign. Left-hander, so that will change things a little bit for the bowlers. Jack Plum seems to have a very easy action, very athletic build.
But he's got a strong build. You can see he's a strong young man, broad of the shoulder, and he's got a slightly unusual action, quite chest on, gets it through. I know he had quite a bit of pace when he played for the under-19s. Not easy to tell on this pitch because not a lot of pace on this pitch. Got a good slower ball, and we've seen a lot of that in this competition so far.
Well, it goes short and catches Rawlins on the helmet. Essex fielders just checking that the Bermudan's all right.
Yeah,
Well, on a slow wicket, that's got some pace.
I think the umpires are calling for the physio to come on there. I don't know where that's hit Rawlins, but I think probably hit him on the visor, the way he's looking at his batting helmet. So that
seemed to catch him by surprise in many ways, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a surprise ball, short ball, bouncer. He thought about pulling it and hooking it, but it was a little bit too quick from him. And I think it's hit him on the visor, and the visor's crashed into his cheekbone. And he looks all right on the screen, but it's given him a little bit of a shock, a little bit of a wake-up call for him there.
Essex fielders making the most of a wow hydration break while that helmet is checked. Thankfully Rawlins looks to be fine, doesn't seem to be any problem there, but first ball, second ball, sorry, quick bouncer, and really caught him out there. We've seen lots of slow ball bouncers through the course of this campaign, but that was a McCoy.
That was a genuine bouncer, and it climbed a bit, and he got himself into half a position to pull the ball, but the ball was on him very quickly and crashed into the visor on the left side of his face. He's a left-hander, so he
turned.
Yeah, he turned. He's already gone through the shot. Well, not quite gone through the shot. He pulled out of the shot actually. So good variation from Jack Plum. Still another ball to go in this over.
Jack Plum's now got 6 wickets in T20. James Vince, Zach Crawley, Sam Billings, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Luke Wright and Ryan Stevenson. It ain't a bad
it's not bad,
is it?
Stop now. Sign your CV off. Rawlins replies with a glorious back cut off Plum for 4, and the Sharks move up into double figures. First couple of overs are done now, and despite the loss of their captain, Sussex Sharks reach 13 for 1. So, big moment here for another one of the debutants this afternoon. Ben Allison gets his first chance to show what he's about. The boy from Brentwood Cricket Club about to bowl his first ball. Just disappears down leg side.
Well, quite exciting times for the Eagles. Jack Plum from the River End, Ben Allison from the Hayes Close End. Can't remember such a young, inexperienced opening attack like that taking the new ball for the Eagles. Good to see.
Well, Allison just needs to correct his radar a little bit.
Well, nerves there, going to be there. Both those balls down the leg side, and generally in T20 or any one-day cricket nowadays, anything down the leg side is called a wide, quite rightly, for consistency. So that won't ease his nerves, that's for sure.
Going to pick up a couple, maybe 3 here. Simon Harmer, yeah. Salt coming back for the 3rd. Allison, who was one of the most successful cricketers, I think, in the world last season, went on loan to Gloucester and won Division 2, came back to Essex and won Division 1 and won the T20. And he only played 1 game. A summer of summers, as George from Essex Cricket told me earlier on. Success.
Yeah, talking of opening bowlers from the past, Graham, you remember we had a very promising pair, didn't we, in Andrew McGarry and Justin Bishop. At one stage, a lot of hope on those two, but unfortunately didn't quite reach the expectancy that those within the game would hope for.
It's a long time ago, 18 years ago I think those two were playing for Essex.
Rawlins goes high, and Allison is going to get the first success of his fledgling professional career. The second wicket is down. Rawlins just getting a little bit too ambitious too early, and look at the smile on Benny Allison's face.
Well, I have to say that's a great start for Allison. Poor cricket from Rawlins though. No need to do that with that low total, but that's what they do in T20 cricket. They keep going for their shots. They keep taking risks that maybe they don't have to, and he paid the price. He's trying to hit that over Allison's head, I think. Long off, that sort of area, got a leading edge or a top edge, went straight up in the air. Good catch taken by Snater, that square cover. And just to start, the Eagles wanted.
Well, 12th man break from MS Hamlin, and the Essex fielders just feeling that is just the start they wanted. There is still a certain Phil Salt out in the middle right now, and there is a familiar figure, the return of the prodigal, Ravi Bopara, back at the Cloudfm County Ground and back with a job to do for his new team.
Well, I think a lot of those Eagles fielders out there will be looking at Ravi. Made his debut for Essex in 2002, some 18 years ago. Strange to see him in a Sussex shirt, but they'd love to get his wicket, just to get the bragging rights over him, that's for sure. And he's under a little bit of pressure here, I would say.
Well, Salt finishes the over with a 4. Allison started it with a couple of wides, but got a wicket in of Delray Rawlins. Well, it's still got at least one ball to go. Salt into double figures, and you know, if he's still there, the runs will keep flowing. So, intriguing goings on here at the Cloudfm County Ground. 3 overs done. Sussex Sharks 22 for 2. I'm not sure that counts as double Nelson, but certainly sets things up very nicely. And as you said, Graham, Ravi Bopara returning here, having had such a disappointing season thus far. It's difficult sometimes changing clubs, changing systems. Only got 112 runs in his 9 innings thus far, averaging 14, and that's not what you're used to from Ravi Bopara. Jack Plump is going to test him out now on his return. Again.
Well, the Eagles can't afford too many balls down the leg side.
Well,
they can't afford extras, that's for sure.
That's what Simon Harmer was saying, because those extras, I think the last match they only had 1 wide. But it has been something of a recurring problem for the Essex bowlers, and it is a tight channel, we know that.
Well, Ravi at the crease. Now, Ravi would have been around when T20 started in this country in 2003. I wouldn't think there's that many players who were around then. And he has a certain way of playing. Obviously, he's a class act with a lot of time, but generally he takes a bit of time to get himself in, knocks the ball around for singles, doesn't play too many big shots early on before he sort of plays himself in a little bit. Even in T20.
Averaged over 48, I think, last season for Essex, Paul, didn't he, in the T20?
He did. But Essex fielders will also know one of the downsides of Ravi's game is there's always a chance of a run out with Ravi.
Well, you took the...
Because I don't think Ravi even knows sometimes whether he's running or not.
You took the words right out of my mouth. They should be really sharp on the single, because he certainly is not always the best judge of a run.
Plum getting through Papara as he went for that hook. That pull. Just
this ball a bit
few nerves, I would suggest, out there.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of pressure because of the situation. And there'll be a bit of banter out there, I'm sure, on the field from his ex-teammates. Ball was short of a length, went to pull it, didn't really get up, only just went over the top of the stumps or close by. And he'll be desperate to get off the mark, that's for sure.
That's achieved. The bagel is broken. Plum now facing up for a couple of balls to Phil Salt. Just airing down towards his pads, and Salt finding the gap for another 4. Clever batting from Phil Salt. Very accurate.
Well, it's a shortish ball, slower ball, just down the leg side, and of course with the fine leg up on this fast outfield, it's an easy shot.
Well, he hooks that one this time, and nobody's going to get near that. So 2 4s consecutively from Phil Salt, and Plum's just got a little bit more expensive. 1 wicket, yes, but 16 runs off 2 overs, and the Sharks moving up to 32 for 2 off 4. Couple of overs left now in the power play. Plum just shaking his head. These youngsters learning quick lessons in this format. Papara moving up and slashing down to third man.
A very aggressive shot from Ravi Papara coming down the wicket, targeting the Hayes close end, the short boundary. Getting a thick edge down to third man. Yeah, that's good experience for Jack Plum and Ben Allison. This will hold them in good stead for the future.
Dropping short, and Papara sends it out to the Felsted School stand from the max. In fact, it was Phil Salt, wasn't it? Beg his pardon. And you cannot afford to bowl loose to Phil Salt.
Well, that was a gift, really. He just dragged that down. Ben Allison attempted short ball, and he was on it like a flash and drilled it in front of square, more mid-wicket than square leg, like an absolute shell. So he's got to use a bit of skill, bit of variation here, Ben Allison, with change of pace.
The other thing the younger bowlers have got to contend with, people like Ben Allison and Jack Plum, when you're bowling to somebody like Phil Salt, he'll use his feet, won't he, Graham? Very readily uses his feet.
Yeah, I think batsmen in T20 cricket, tend to advance down the wicket now, trying to, unsettle the bowler in terms of length, put that in their mind, and if the ball is in the slot, they're going to be aggressive. I think generally T20 players now, you don't keep them quiet. The only way you keep them quiet is send them back to the pavilion.
Well, Salt's sending the ball to the boundary readily at the moment.
Just bowling a bit of a consistent length, Ben Allison, short of a length, and Salt's onto it. There's no pace in the pitch, just help that one round. He's got to vary his length a bit, get a little bit fuller, try and hit the splice of the bat, challenge the forward defence, that type of length, as well as the odd short of a length ball. He's just a little bit predictable at the moment, banging the ball into the pitch.
Oh, a streaky 4 this time from Salt. Nothing really Michael Pepper could do on that one. This is proving to be an expensive over. 15 already from it, 1 ball still to come.
Yeah, he's teeing off, as they say. Really threw the bat at that outside off stump. Bit unlucky, the inside edge. Well, that's the name of this game, I'm afraid. You've got to get wickets to control the scoring rate. Modern players play with no fear and they just go for their shots.
Salt happy to keep the strike. And it's 16 runs off Benny Allison's second over. And Sussex Sharks upping the ante, working their way towards 10 runs and over now. 5 overs gone. There are 48 for loss of 2.
Yes, and
Shane Snater being brought into the attack from the river end.
yes, I think the Sharks look like Phil Salt in particular is going to really go on the attack for the run rate situation. They're looking to qualify the Sharks. They need to get the run rate up to the maximum they can, if possible. Oh, come on.
Well, Walter, direct hit, but Ben Debenham up that far end. Quite happy that Salt had made his ground.
It's a good run from Phil Salt. Hit the ball on the move. Picked out the fielder, Paul Walter. Tall man, not the most mobile. Not quick enough to pick the ball up, throw the stumps down. He was well in. It's good cricket from the Sussex opener.
Allison fielding well, but Papara picking up an easy pair there.
Yeah, we did say that Ravi sometimes gets it wrong when he judges a run, but he's very quick between the wickets. You know, he looks fit, looks healthy. He's 35 years of age now, I think, and but he's not carrying any weight at all, and he's always been quick between the sticks.
Picks it up, Allison's underneath it, can't. Oh, what a catch! That is a worldie from Ben Allison. Welcome to professional cricket. This young man has just provided one of the most sensational catches. Wowee.
Well, you go a long way to see a better catch than that. Ravi Bopara, short ball from Snater. Ravi Bopara's helped it on its way to square leg. He's really middled it. Ben Allison running back. The most difficult of catches over his shoulder, diving full length, and not only getting it in his hands, but holding on to it when his elbows hit the ground as well, which often when the ball comes out, that is a fantastic catch. And Ravi Bopara walks back to the pavilion that he's walked back to many, many times, shaking his head. And that was a stunning piece of cricket from Ben Allison.
Well, whatever the outcome of this match for the Essex Eagles, that is one of the highlights. Paul Walter's batting and that catch from young Ben Allison. Wow, what a take that was. I was convinced I was watching it about to bounce over the boundary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I gave him sort of 20% chance of taking that catch. It was right in front of us down here at the Hayes close end. He was moving towards the hospitality boxes down at deep square leg. As I said, the ball went over his shoulder. It was going away from, and he dived full length away from where the wicket was and took the ball in both hands. Hit the ground at force, but still hung on to the catch. You won't see a better catch from many fielders around the world, and especially since it was his debut as well. It was a brilliant piece of cricket.
And what a great way to restore a bit of confidence after that previous over his Graham, which went for 16.
Sure.
He must have been feeling down. He'll be right up the high now, isn't he?
Salt crossing in the process.
The Sussex Sharks well in front of the scoring rate, but they've lost 3 wickets. They continue to lose wickets.
And they haven't got a Paul Walter.
Well, no, they've got a few others, but we won't go there.
George Garton may have a say in that one. Now, Sussex Sharks have taken 27 balls to get to their 50. The Eagles took 63.
Yes. And two experienced players. There's a no ball, I think, that, which is not what the Eagles want, that's for sure.
Free hit is the message from Ben Debenham, and that is something that the Essex bowlers really cannot afford to give to the opposition this afternoon.
Particularly when it's Phil Salt facing it.
Salt goes high. I don't think he's going to get to the boundary, is he? Paul Walters after it. Oh, yes, he is. He's going to pick up the 4. Didn't make good contact with that. Seemed to hit it high on the splice. But enough muscle, and that boundary rope is short enough here at the Cloudfm County Ground. Benefits the batsman once again.
He's clothed that a bit, but it still had enough on it to reach the boundary. Can't afford to give extras away. Free hits.
Goes high this time. Is Harmer going to be underneath it? Yes, he is. Another wicket. 2 wickets in the over for Shane Snater. Skipper takes the catch. Well, are things turning round here? Phil Salt looks at the bottom of his bat.
Well, I have to say, that's poor cricket, if you ask me, from Phil Salt. Sussex Sharks well in front of the rate, didn't really need to do that. They just hit a boundary, the ball before off a free hit. He's taken on another high wrist shot. He's mistimed that as well. Simplest of catches, running back at mid-off for the Eagles captain, Simon Harmer. And Phil Salt, I'm afraid, put his team under a bit of pressure here. 4 wickets down, 57 on the board. They're still in front of the game, but they can't afford to keep losing wickets. And the Eagles has given him a bit of hope.
Well, we've just finished the WOW hydration break, and I'm sure Simon Harmer has been going, look, that's the end of the power play. 4 wickets are down, 57 runs on the board, yes, but this has got to feel that if we can pick up 1 more wicket, I mean, David Visa has been a thorn in everybody's side in terms of the opposition with the bat. He's had a remarkable season in many ways, but if they could pick him up, who knows? Greg Garton, we know, can wield a fairly hefty willow. That's he'll be in next. Callum McLeod out now to join the South African in the middle. Neither of them have faced the ball yet, as Aaron Nijar back into the attack.
Yes, bit of pressure on the Sharks. 2 new batsmen, but they have time to get themselves in. There's no run rate pressure really at the moment. But if Essex can squeeze them, stop the singles. The Eagles have 4 men saving 1, short third man, extra cover, mid wicket, mid on. Just if they could get a couple of maidens in, it will just increase the pressure. And the Sussex batsmen will know they can't make any more mistakes. They can't afford to ship any more wickets.
McLeod finds the opening for the single.
Unless they were really concerned about this run rate, Graham, and whether they would get a home tie in the next round, etc., etc. The way they played this innings is a bit surprising, isn't it? Because there is no pressure on them run rate wise, yet they wanted apparently to go big every ball.
Well, that's what T20 batsmen do. They like to attack. They like to take on high risk shots. But the Sharks need to guarantee they're going to win the match if they're going to qualify.
Lisa gets off the mark himself. But that's a good over from Aaron Nijar. Just a couple coming off it. 7 overs gone, and the Sussex Sharks have reached 59 for 4. Ben Allison, what a day it's been for him. Picked up a wicket in his first over and now picked up an absolute worldie out in the field. Might be more to come with David Visa now facing Simon Harmer. Two guys that know each other very well in various different countries. Wearing different colours, no doubt.
Different colours today.
And he's gone. Harmer's got his South African countryman. And Sharks have lost their 5th wicket. Visa goes for a single. Can't believe that the finger went up. Looking hard at the other end. Doesn't matter. He's on his way back to the pavilion. And the Essex captain has done his job and picked up a wicket with his 2nd ball.
Well, a little bit of dissent there from David Visa, shaking his head towards the umpire, and that ball rattled into his pads, probably just about the knee roll just above. Umpire raised his finger, and that puts a different complexion now, I think, on this match. Visa was one of their star players. The Sussex Sharks been in good form, experienced player, and now you're getting down to the lower order. Still got plenty of wickets in hand, the Sharks, but the wickets keep tumbling. And as long as that happens, the Eagles will always have a chance. So this is not just a matter of just batting out the overs and winning the game. Someone has got to take responsibility for the Sharks and put some sort of score together. So if the Eagles can squeeze, get their fielders in, saving the one, making the Sussex Sharks take the risks to score the boundaries, then this could be a tight game. Might not be over yet.
Half the side are gone. Visa's averaging well over 54 this season, goes for a single. George Garton, who thumped 24 off 9 balls against Middlesex, so he wields a fairly hefty willow.
But Essex now put a slip in. Varun Chopra's come in to slip for the left-handed Garton.
Well, curiouser and curiouser this game.
The innings of Paul Walters looks even more invaluable, doesn't it?
At the moment.
It does at the moment. It's creeping towards 50-50, but I would say it's still in the Sharks' favour if they can keep their heads and not panic. The Eagles still need to get all the wickets. Run rate required is only a run a ball, so you think if you played smart, you just try and knock the ball around, take the singles, that's all you need to get. Don't need to play any big shots, really. Don't think the modern player, though, Simon, thinks that way.
Do you not?
No, definitely not.
Drive-through success?
I think they like to see the ball go to the boundary, and they play the aggressive nature. Whereas really the smart play in these conditions is just to knock the ball around, keep taking the singles, take it deep, as they say. You know, they've got what have they got? 12 overs to go. I think that's the smart way. Their only way of losing it is to get bowled out. As long as they take the singles, the run rate is not going to get out of hand.
No, it's only just over 6 now, so a run a ball, and as you say, the game's theirs. McLeod swipes one through. Allison just fumbling and allowing the second one. Harmer, 1 wicket and 2 runs off that first over, so the spinner's now working in tandem. Nijar already a couple of overs he's got through, so this is 3rd over. No Dan Lawrence, of course, this afternoon. I know we miss the fans in the stands in every sport, especially in cricket, but it is fascinating hearing the chat that goes on in the field from some of the players.
Absolutely. You see it in all sport now. You can hear it in all sport, don't you?
Puts a different perspective on it sometimes,
be a
doesn't
bit
it?
of banter out there, the pressure, one more wicket. The Eagles will be saying one brings two, and then the pressure will really be on. And the Sussex Sharks batsmen know they can't make mistakes here. It's be into all their bowlers otherwise.
Sensible play from McLeod and Garton. Callum McLeod's got some big scores to his name. Of course, you might remember that 140 not out in the Scotland win over England a couple of years ago now in Edinburgh.
Absolutely, I think that was one of the only games England lost in one-day internationals at that stage.
Certainly put McLeod on the T20 map. Picks up another couple. Sensible play. Takes Sussex Sharks to 67 for 5 at the end of the 9th over. Well, they may not be able to come into the ground, but they still get a dose of cricket, of T20 action from the balconies around the edge of the ground. Simon Harmer back into the attack, and Garton just pushing through mid-off to take an easy single, and the run rate, as Graham has mentioned, is no problem. 6.4 is easily doable, but it's the wickets that are going to be the critical factor.
Well, the Eagles have somehow got to stem the flow of singles. The fielders in the ring who are saving one extra cover mid-wicket, short third man, short fine leg, have got to be close enough to stop the single. And then they've got a long off and a long on as well, Simon Harmer, which is understandable, but he might have to take the risk at some stage and bring one of those fielders up, because cannot afford just to be giving the Sharks batsmen the singles, because if they play smart, that's all they need to do. They don't need to take any high risk shots. At the moment they're adopting that method, just trying to score off every ball, which is the right way to play it. It's whether they'll have the patience to keep doing that, Simon.
And that's the key, isn't it? It's the patience. Lovely, delicate dab from McLeod there. That's a very important 4 for the Sharks, and beautifully executed by the Scotland international.
Lovely shot that. Quicker ball from Simon Harmer, pushed through, just waited for it onto his back foot, just let it run off the face a little bit down in the vacant slip area.
Well, that's going to be 8 off the Harmer over, and that 4 spoiling the figures for the Essex captain. But Sharks just playing sensibly now between McLeod and Garton, just picking up runs where they needed to almost at will, halfway through their innings, and they're pretty much over halfway on the scoreboard.
Yeah, good over for the Sharks. Taking 8 off that Harmer over without really breaking sweat, just taking the singles. Little dab cut for 4. Good cricket.
Jar with his last over. 0 for 15 so far. He really seems to have established himself, doesn't he? I know he came in for the finals and did a really, really good job in that 3 for 26 against Derbyshire and 0 for 31 against Worcestershire.
I think he showed this season in this competition, and I think I'm right in saying he played in one of the Bob British trophy matches, I'm not sure. To me, he's shown that he can perform at this level. You know, he's good enough to perform at this level with a bit more experience, a bit more nous.
Turns 26 next Thursday, so still plenty of cricket in him.
Yeah, and as a spinner, you don't learn your trade until a bit later in life. You need to get the experience to play in different conditions.
Nice sweep from Garton. That's a clever shot from the left-hander.
Yeah. The Eagles cannot afford boundaries, really. It's a good shot from Garton. So the Eagles need to find another wicket. I think Simon Harmer will have to ring the changes. Don't know who he's going to put back on, but he's got to put what the bowler he thinks is most likely to get a wicket, because that's what they need.
Well, the runs just keep coming for the Sharks right now. 11 overs gone, and they're well on course. 81 for 5. Sussex head coach Jason Gillespie finishing off his tenure before he heads back to Australia, going to return to South Australia to be head coach of the Adelaide Strikers and South Australian cricket. He's really been an inspirational figure, it would appear, both for Yorkshire in his time there. Took them to back-to-back titles in 2014, 2015, and also in this transitional period for Sussex.
Absolutely, he's been a good coach, excellent cricketer, comes from South Australia, was instrumental in lots of Ashes wins for Australia, bowling alongside McGrath, Brett Lee, Shane Warne, and had success with the Adelaide Strikers in T20 cricket in the Big Bash as well, and has been a good coach and has settled well in England, but time to go home.
Garton pushing for 2, and Walter having to come round onto the other side, so to speak, for the left-hander.
Yeah, I think Simon Harmer's got to make some changes here. He's got to somehow bring one of his seamers back. They're scoring too freely. He's not bowling badly at all, but it's just too easy to pick the singles. Bowling quite quickly, actually. And I thought it'd been better to vary his pace, because again, the Eagles have to pick up a wicket. They have to somehow get a mistake out of these two Sharks batsmen.
Good partial stop there from, I think it was Chopra, wasn't it, down in front of us?
Yep, that is Chopra, number 6.
Well, Harmer was saying he thought the wicket would slow down in the second innings. Haven't seen any real obvious signs of that as yet.
No, I think it's been pretty consistent, this hybrid pitch. It's not had a great deal of pace, but it's played pretty well for T20 cricket. That's what you want. It's good cricket from the Sharks.
Yeah, the Sharks up to the run rate, another 6 from the over. 12 overs gone, now 87 for 5. Well, the big new lights here at the Cloudfm County Ground, not really used. Had to be used in this rather bizarre season as it's been.
Absolutely, not needed at all, and they look quite impressive to me. But in this disappointing season because of the COVID, we've had the most amazing weather, haven't we? All summer, really. There's been a few minor bad patches, but hardly anything.
Snater back in, changing ends to the Hayes close end.
Well, the Eagles need a hero. Shane Snater coming on from the Hayes close end. Maybe he could be the one.
Well, picked up a couple of wickets in the first over. In his first over, I should say.
I think it's worth giving Walter a go, you know. I mean, he's come in for the odd over here, hasn't he, in the,
Oh,
in
yeah.
the 2020?
Yep.
Hasn't really been punished at all. Height.
He's been the most economical bowler for the Eagles. 16 overs, 7 wickets he's taken at 6.5 and over.
I'll rest my case.
Yeah. Never doubted you, Paul. Never doubted you. No Sam Cook, no Matt Quinn in the Eagles bowling attack this afternoon. I think primarily with Wednesday's final, taking pride of place in Anthony McGrath's mind, understandably.
Yeah, I think Cook, Porter, Beard. Can't see the attack being any different to that. I don't really know what Essex can do here to get a wicket. I think they've just got to keep plugging away, hitting the deck, top off, try and have the men saving one, and like we said, to try and cut down the singles and hope one of these two Sharks batsmen goes for a big shot, hits it or misses the ball altogether. That's what I've got to hope for. Seems quite easy to pick off the singles. Still a good pitch.
Well, Simon Harmer will no doubt be aware of Garton's hitting capacity. I mentioned 24 off 9 balls in that last one, but he seems very controlled thus far. 13 off 14 balls with no need for anything more than that, really.
The Eagles have got to try and induce a mistake here. There's the Sussex Sharks batsman, been very composed, just biding their time, knocking the singles.
Just 3 men on the single. Just seen a short fine leg there. Four runs off the over. Sharks continuing to move towards that target of 136. 13 overs done, and the Sharks now reach 91 for 5. Well, it's a lovely day here in Chelmsford. Not sure whether it's going to be a lovely outcome for those Eagles fans watching from afar. Thank you for joining us, for your company. Don't forget, if you've got any questions for Graham, use the hashtag EaglesLive, and we will endeavour to get them answered before the end of play, whenever that may be.
Simon Harmer coming round the wicket now to McLeod.
Oh, just short. That was a difficult opportunity for Varun Chopra.
Change of angle for Harmer, nearly paid off. Nearly a catch at mid-wicket. Essex are desperate for a wicket.
Oof, changing the pace. Harmer going right the way through McLeod's defence there.
Yeah, I think that was the slider, that ball, not the one he tried to spin, the one that went straight on. Nearly induced an edge to the keeper, Pepper. I'd like to see the average age of this side. I reckon this is the youngest side the Eagles have ever put out in a T20 match.
Harmer just changing the trajectory of that one. Teasing Garton into the shot almost. There, Paul, there's your challenge. The average age of this Essex side.
wouldn't be far off being the youngest, would it? It's a good call. Did we take him Varun Chopra out the side, really, to get a really low average, couldn't we?
Harmer coming back in some style, just a couple of runs off his final over. 1 for 18 from the Essex skip.
Send the run rate up to above 7, so a little bit of pressure now on the Sharks. And the Eagles have got to hope that if they try and accelerate, go for a big shot, they make a mistake like their early batsmen did, and lets an opening for the Eagles in for a new batsman to bowl at a new batsman, a bit more pressure. As I said, I still think the Eagles have got to take all the wickets to win this game.
Full bunger there from Shane Snater, just helped over the boundary, and that's a freebie from Snater. Not often he's bowled 3 or 4 overs in this tournament, normally just a couple.
No, he's tried to bowl a slower ball there, I think, and shin high full toss, he just helped it on its way past the short fine leg. A gift, really.
What's his comeback going to be? So little room for error for Essex in this game now.
Yeah, they've got no runs to play with, that's the issue. You've got the balancing act by having people on the boundary, people saving one. If you look at the leg side field, Snater's he's got everyone on the boundary apart from short fine leg. There's a single anywhere. In fact, if they're smart, they just knock it in the leg side, try and take 2. So with a field like that, you can't afford to be bowling 2 straight, because, you know, I don't think the Sharks batsmen need to play a big shot, really. He's got all these fielders on the offside really in, saving 1.
Well, Jack Plum's just been brought in from Cow Corner for that very single opportunity. I think Robin Das going down to long leg. Still Garton finds room to manoeuvre it. This is where captaincy-wise, you've got to be on every single ball thinking. It's not set for an over or even for a batsman sometimes. It's got to change all the time.
Well, he's got to try and find some way of getting a wicket, whether that's with field changes. Can't afford to say just to concede the single. And with a field like that, same for the right-handed batsman, all the men out on the leg side. And, you know, looking the way the Sharks are playing, they've decided they're not going to play the big shot. Not unless it's a ranked bad ball. They're just going to make sure they get bat on ball and run the single. That's all they need to do. So the Eagles need to counter that. They need really to come in and take the risk. Got to come in tight, stop the singles as best they can. Try and force the Sharks batsman to take a risk.
Garton goes big. There's nobody underneath it. That is going to be a 2 bounce 4. A rare boundary for Sussex Sharks, but sensible play from the visitors. They've got through 3/4 of their innings now, and they've reached 104 for 5. Well, Garton, knowing that Plum had been brought in, knew there was a gap out there. So we're going to have a hydration break now as the sun continues to shine over the Cloudfm County Ground. This match just building up to a head now as we approach the final 5 overs.
Well, that's a risk, in my opinion, that the Eagles had to take. They brought the fielder up into mid-wicket for Snater against Garton. He went for the big shot. He got hold of it to deep mid-wicket. The man was out there previously, but I think it's unlikely he would have gone for that shot if the fielder would have been out there. He would have been happy just to take the single, and that's the risk the Eagles have to take. There's nothing wrong with that. They have to somehow conjure up a wicket or two probably in this situation. So it's very difficult for them with not enough runs to play with. The wicket's good, ball's coming on. You've got 2 men are in now. McLeod 24 off 29 balls, Garton 20 off 21 balls.
I haven't seen too much variation from the pacemen, have we? Earlier on, I know when you were talking to Jamie Graham, we were talking about particularly to Mel Mills, who was, put some sort of slow Yorkers and holding the ball back. There hasn't been too much of that, but then again, I suppose with a young pace attack, you wouldn't necessarily expect the bowlers would have the confidence to do that, would you?
Well, I think Plom has shown in the previous matches that he's got a good change of pace with the slower ball, and I saw Allison bowl some slower balls as well. He's coming back at the river end now. Last throw of the dice really for Essex, this young bowler. Just got to hope for a mistake for the Sharks.
33 off 30. The required rate now just over 6.5, but that's kind of immaterial in the expected outcome of this situation.
I mean, at this situation, if the smart play for the Sharks, bat another 3 overs, take it down to 12 off 2, and then the penultimate over, take some chances in the penultimate over with a few wickets in hand, and that could be the end of the match. They don't want to take it down to the last over.
Plum quick to it, but another couple there for Garton. He's in fine form at the moment, George Garton, isn't he? He's doing the job with bat and ball. 4 for 21 in the Essex innings, and now 22 off 22 in the Sussex innings. And piercing that inner ring almost at will to pick up the single.
Well, Allison bowling on a length, just outside off stump, just knock it into the gap, playing smart. Garton looks a good cricketer, doesn't he?
Yep.
Swings the ball, the white ball, looks capable with the bat. Looks like he's got plenty of skills. Very valuable cricketer in this form of cricket, in any form of cricket.
Yeah, he took a 5 against us in the Bob Willis Trophy down at Hove just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, just 23 years of age, 51 partnership now coming up, pretty much evenly split between the two. 51 off 50 balls, and that's just what the Sharks need right now.
Yes, it's a mature partnership, without a doubt. They've been risk averse, just knocked the ball around, just played the odd big shot when necessary, otherwise just knocking it around for ones.
Allison drops it short, trying to change the pace, but not fooling McLeod. Might you have expected to see Cameron Bancroft bowl a few overs with his mix-ups? Is it?
Delport.
Delport.
You had him the other week, didn't you?
Yeah, I know.
You're just sending a message to somebody.
Got the Australian cricketer in my head.
Giving a nudge.
Would you have expected to see Delport with the ball?
Possibly. He has bowled quite a bit in recent matches, and he's just the very medium pacer, takes off the pace off the ball, just rolls his fingers over the ball. Maybe. I think it's a little bit late now. I think
I was going to see Paul Walter coming in now.
Paul Hiscock's got his wish now. Paul Walter only seems to come on in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, so
why doesn't he bowl a bit earlier?
Well,
I thought the other day he bowled 4 overs, 1 for 18, didn't he? In the victory at was it at Sussex or Hampshire? I can't remember.
I think it was Hampshire, wasn't it?
It's a little bit late in the day now, but you never know. Nelson's on the board, 1-1-1. That's always a unlucky number for a batsman. So I'm clutching at straws now.
You are, aren't you? What did you used to do on 111? Did you used to do the David Shepherd G?
Yeah, just used to move to 115 Nick's ball.
One foot off the ground, which is difficult if you're batting. It's quite difficult when you're at the crease.
Shep used to do that dance at square leg, didn't he, as an umpire?
Absolutely. I must admit, I don't know why we used to do it, but it's 1-1-1, 2-2-2.
Right, Harmer having to bring those fielders in to try and tighten the ring up now for the singles.
You stopped at mentioning the 3-3-3, Gary.
Couldn't possibly mention that.
He couldn't lift either leg up and then getting 3-3-3. So tired, I should think, wouldn't you?
Well, run out of petrol in that innings, I think, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit late for Paul Walter now, and you've got to give credit where it's due. These two Sharks batsmen have steadied the ship for their team. They've played very smart cricket. They know they only needed 6 over, so they've just knocked the singles around. The Eagles bowlers have not bowled badly at all, but they just can't stem the singles. They need to get wickets, lest Walter can produce a bit of magic here.
It's not actually a wicket-taking field, is it? This is the problem.
Well,
you haven't got the runs to make it.
When you say wicket-taking field, I mean, what are you going to have? You're not going to have slips. You're not going to get people in caught at slip or anything like that. What you've got to do is get your men on the one, really in close, so they can't take a single to them. Bowl a length, bowl straight. So if they have a swing, they miss it, they might get bowled, or they hit it up in the air. That's the chance you take. And use a bit of variation, the slower balls. I don't see much else you can do, really.
Walter getting through at pace there.
A bit of a swing and a miss, but
just trying to give my man every support that he can hope for.
It's difficult now.
No cover out on that offside boundary now. That's going to creep its way over for a 4. George Garton moves up to 29.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult field to bowl to. You bowl short of a length. You've got to be tight on the stumps, because anything just outside off stump with no protection on the cover boundary is going to be an open invitation for the batsman.
Walter goes short, but Garton copes with it. Eight off the over, 1 ball left.
And it's always difficult for a bowler to come on right at the end when the pressure's on. You know, really, if you're going to bowl Walter, I'd say you should bowl him for 1 or 2 overs a bit earlier on, so he gets a bit of a sight or a range. To come on in a very pressure situation right at the end is always very tough, especially when the batsmen are set like these two are.
Walter takes the pace off that one, but it's still pushed through mid-wicket by McLeod. Bring another single. 3 overs left now. Just 17 required to win. Sussex Sharks 120 for 5. Jack Plum comes into the attack. But with just 17 runs needed to win, it's a difficult scenario for any bowler, let alone a young bowler just trying to make his mark. Paul Walter, who's made his mark with the bat, 76 off 45 balls, absolutely vital to the Essex Eagles' cause this afternoon. Over half of the runs coming from Walter's bat. Well, Jack Plum picked up the first wicket, got an inside edge from Luke Wright in his first over. Now up against Callum McLeod. Delport pulls it back inside the boundary, but they pick up 2. And that right now is all the Sharks boys need, and they know it. It's been really well executed by Callum McLeod and George Garton, having lost 5 wickets when David Visa fell LBW to Simon Harmer. They really steadied the ship and got things going again. McLeod going a little uppish, but straight drive.
Shown a lot of faith in Jack Plum, Simon Harmer, hasn't he? He gave him 2 of the last 3 overs against Kent on Friday down at Canterbury. Presumably he'll bowl the last over here, so he obviously looking to him towards as a death bowler of the future, Graham.
Well, I think it's good experience for these young guys. I thought I watched the game on the TV on Friday. I thought Essex took it close, didn't have enough runs again, I'm afraid. But you know, they're getting good experience. They're learning from what they're doing now, how they can improve, what variation they need. So, hopefully, in the next season, they will be better for this, having these few matches. And it's nice to see young players come in and you know, acquit themselves quite well.
Plum having conceded 8 off the first half of this over. Changing the field now. Putting a man back out on the cover boundary. McLeod slams it straight. Good fielding down there. Holding it to 2, but it is another 2. Well, Paul Walter, what a match he's had. And he has been nominated as the 7 Investment Manager Player of the Match, deservedly so. A fine 76 in the Essex innings. Not only got the runs, but rescued the side from a really difficult position. Plum goes short.
I'm afraid it's no ball.
And the no ball is given. Of course, being it's a couple of runs, isn't it? I was looking to see which no ball he'd given, but
I think over shoulder high.
Well, McLeod goes high. Who's underneath it? Allison's coming in, looking for his second, and takes it. The 2 youngsters combining to get the wicket. It may be a little too late for the Eagles' cause, but there's the future of Essex Eagles cricket. Caught Allison, bowled Plum, and Sussex Sharks lose their 6th wicket.
Another good catch from Ben Allison, a skyer going up in the wind. Not the easiest, completely different to the other catch he took, which was over his shoulder. This one coming in, watching the ball all the way into his hands, made it look easy. And another wicket for Plum, and a bit too late I think for the Eagles here, but nevertheless just keeps trying to the end, Jack Plum, and as I said, he will be better for this experience. So will Allison, so will Nijar, so will all these young Essex players.
Yeah, the game is pretty much up.
And I have to say, a good innings from McLeod, 40.
Yep.
40 balls.
That's all his team needed.
Well, instrumental in getting his side almost over the line. It would be a miracle for the Eagles to take this game now. And a good job done for him.
Just 5 needed to win. George Garton back receiving, crossing under that steepling catch. Allison did very well to hold on to. Simon Harmer just having a chat with his bowler as to whether to change things around. With 13 balls left, it would be a very, very difficult operation from an Essex standpoint to change the outcome of this one. Plom goes slow. Garton only just got his back down on that one. Good bowling from Plom, bit expensive, but he's picked up another wicket and picked up plenty of experience in the mix. 132 for 6, Sussex Sharks. 2 overs left now to get their target of 137. Well, it looks like I am going to get Cameron Delport into the bowling analysis one way or the other.
Just the man for the crisis, you see.
Well, never say never. Got a golden ball to start the game off with, so he'll feel he's yet to make his mark on this one.
Well, interesting bowling change. Very slow medium bowler coming on with 5 to win. I think Robinson, who's about to face his first ball, will accept the invitation of the big shot to win the match. Maybe not.
Playing for his average.
Yes, over to you, Mr. Garton. Well, I think the Eagles need to bring their field up. Can't see the point in conceding the singles.
My guess is that we might need to be undercover at some point in this over if Mr. Garton stays on strike. Mind you, he's been very efficient and effective with the bat in this innings. Oh, and steers it away for 4. And that ball heads over the boundary, and Sussex Sharks head for the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast. Congratulations to them, very well worked. The bowlers did a fantastic job for them. Garton doing all he needed to do with the ball and with the bat. Really impressive performance from the 23-year-old. The Eagles campaign is done and dusted though. Just the 2 wins plus the tie against Surrey at the Oval. But the plus side, and we will keep looking for the positives, the youngsters coming through, the likes of Paul Walter taking responsibility to improve their game as well. And as disappointed as they will feel now, they will soon be getting themselves back up, because of course they have a big final coming up at Lord's on Wednesday. So congratulations to Sussex Sharks. We don't know where they're going or where they're going to be playing in the quarters. We know where Essex will be turning out next, and that is at Lord's on Wednesday for the Bob Willis Trophy final against Somerset. Robin Dass, Ben Allison, that's the future of Essex. Jack Plom as well. Michael Pepper, invaluable experience that they've gained through the course of this campaign. Feroz Kushi as well. These youngsters, you hope, will be representing Essex for a number of years in a number of different tournaments. And it bodes well that the academy is once again producing such talent. Well, as we look back at the match, we see the scorecard coming up. Graham, disappointment is obvious. How do they review the T20 campaign?
I think the Eagles will be disappointed after winning the trophy last year, where they got better towards the end of the competition. This season, they've not really got going. They tied the first match, had a no result, and then it took a few more matches to get their first win. And I think generally they haven't got the runs on the board to be in the matches. Their bowlers, they've chopped and changed their bowlers. We've seen a lot of debutants, not only in this match but before, and they'll be disappointed that they've not performed up to the level they need to be competitive in this group stage of the Vitality Blast.
So in your mind, is the issue with the ball or with the bat, or is it just a mix of the two?
I think generally I would say that the Eagles have not got the scores that they need to be competitive. You can't keep protecting 130, 160 all the time. On the positive side, we've seen good performances from Paul Walter in all the cricket. Here today, it was an outstanding innings. As you've mentioned already, Plom and Allison, you know, they're bowlers for the future. Aaron Nejar has acquitted himself well in T20 cricket. He's become a factor now. He's someone that is in the mix for selection. And Pepper's played as well in his last few games. Wheater looked pretty good in the one match here against Surrey, I think it was, where he got 70 odd, I think.
Yeah, 80 odd, not out. Yeah.
And, you know, there's been some positives, but not been consistent enough in T20, whereas they've been very consistent, obviously, in the Bob Willis Trophy. So work to do for Essex, but some new names on block, and hopefully that will bode well for the future.
Right, we'll have further discussion after this ad break. Welcome back to the Cloudfm County Ground, where the Sussex Sharks have won by 4 wickets to confirm their place in the quarterfinals. I'm still joined by Essex and England legend Graham Gooch. Graham, we've talked a lot about the Essex youngsters, but I think we have to realise and look at the bigger picture of this, with a lot of people absent because of COVID, it's been a chance for a lot of youngsters across the board to show what they're about. It's actually been very, very profitable times for English cricket.
Yeah, I think so. When you look down the scorecards of various matches in four-day cricket this year and T20 cricket, there's a lot of names you don't recognise. So there are opportunities for young talent to come through and show what they can do. So I think it's been very difficult times for our game financially, with no crowds, sponsorship under pressure, no hospitality, and the game has lost a lot of money. I think the England Cricket Board have done well putting all the international matches on. I think that's been really fantastic. And we've seen good competition in the Bob Willis Trophy. We've seen some good competition in this Vitality Blast, and some players have shown, that they're up for the challenge. They've got talent, and they've had a little bit of an outing, and they've shown what they can do. And hopefully, players all around the country can build on that, and that would be good for English cricket to see more local players, making a name for themselves.
And the crucial thing is, there is such a big difference now between red ball and white ball cricket. It's almost played as a different game. We've talked about the skill set required for the shorter form as well. These youngsters now are really finding out what it's about when the pressure comes on in these games.
Yes, I mean you see with the COVID-19 situation that England have had a separate sort of test match side to one-day side. Now, not every county and every team are doing that. There's obviously lots of players who can play but all formats of the game because they're talented enough to do that. But you're seeing more specialists play T20, and you're seeing different skills come in, and also you're seeing some of the younger players who get chances get them in the T20 now as well.
Do you foresee a position then where some of these youngsters become just T20 specialists or white ball specialists?
Well, I think that's happening, and has happened for a while actually, but I wouldn't say I'm over happy about that, because I obviously like to see the traditional game be strong, the red ball game, traditional cricket, the skills of longer form games, swinging the ball, the red ball, the skills of the spinner and building an innings for a batsman. And T20 is a different type of game. It's a hitting game, a very aggressive type batsmanship, the way they manage their batting, they go for it from the word go. There's no fear, as I say. You don't keep batsmen in T20 cricket quiet nowadays. All you do is you either get them out or they score runs, basically. Sure. Yeah. And the way to control scores in one-day cricket, T20 and 50-over cricket, is to dismiss batsmen so you don't get partnerships. So the game is changing, but some of the skills are still there, and I hope some of the names we've seen here at the Cloudfm County Ground this year and around the country, the names we've seen, in the papers this year, will get better next year, and they'll go on to higher things, I hope.
Well, it's been brilliant to hear your opinions and thoughts through the course of the T20 campaign. I personally have learnt so much, and I'm sure all our viewers out there, all the members, have learnt a lot. So thank you very much for your involvement. Join us after this ad break when we'll see if we can get some more reaction from the Essex Eagles camp. Welcome back, and we're joined by our 7am player of the match, Paul Walter. Paulie, congratulations on a personal performance. As disappointing as the team result was, you must have enjoyed that in almost adverse conditions.
Yeah, obviously great to get you out in the middle. Unfortunately for me, a little bit too late in the comp, but yeah, nice to get a few. Shame about the result today.
What was the reaction in there when you lost 2 wickets in the first over?
Yeah, obviously difficult when you lose 2 in the first. Yeah, I think it's always the same. You always got to go out there, look positive, and just try and get a competitive score on the board.
And what was good was that you took the time to get yourself dug in. But you look at strike rate 76, and I think you were still hitting it about 165. That confidence that we talked about earlier seems to be building and building within you, and knowing what to do at the right time.
Yeah, I think obviously comes with a bit of experience as well. I've played I think about 40 odd games now, so just learning about kind of when to go and when to take the risks, and then hopefully, yeah, like today, it comes off.
We talked about experience, and there was a lot of inexperience in the Essex field, but those guys, Jack Plom, Ben Allison, what a catch that was. Where were you when that was taken? What were you thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking I wouldn't have got within 10 yards of that, so I was glad it was him down there, not me. But yeah, I thought the youngsters did really well, and obviously to get that first game out of the way and kind of learn how good you've got to be to play at this level consistently is obviously important and good for the future.
Well, the learning curve is steep for a lot of people, but you're obviously well up there. Congratulations on being the 7am player of the match, and good luck for the Bob Willis Trophy final on Wednesday. Thanks, bud.
Thanks very much. Cheers. Thanks, Paul. Cool.
Well, it wasn't to be, was it? The Essex Eagles are not going to get their name back on this trophy, as hard as they've tried. A slow start, and eventually it was too slow. 2 wins and the tie at Surrey were the high points. Lots of youngsters getting their feet under the table are other positives for Simon Harmer and Anthony McGrath to take, but it is not going to be this season that they can defend the title. It's been a very interesting campaign. Thank you for your company. I hope you've enjoyed our broadcasting and the thoughts of some of the Essex players. Thank you to Nick Brown, to Jamie Porter, and of course to Graham Gooch and to Paul as well for their thoughts through the course of this campaign. But from me, Simon Ward, it's goodbye to you all, and thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of this autumn. Cheers.